Chapter 1698. In the face of the high-level officials of the Green Jade Immortal Island, who were not very familiar with him and had not dealt with much, Yang Chen also sent 3 fifth-grade appearance pill in addition to the one he tested. This was a huge advertising effect, and it was also a huge favor to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Now all the high-level officials of the Green Jade Immortal Island knew this genius alchemist, who had once set off a great sensation in the mortal world. He was worthy of being a genius alchemist master. Many people began to recognize Yang Chen and readjusted their attitude toward Chunyang Palace, including the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island. If the 5th-grade marrow pill only proved the level of Yang Chen's alchemy, then the current appearance pill had completely changed the view of the high-level officials of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even they themselves could not resist the temptation. How many of those ordinary disciples could resist it? Yang Chen's words were very clear. The 5th-grade appearance pill was the best. It could only be given by Yang Chen and could only be exchanged with a favor. If other female cultivators wanted it, it could only be the 4th-grade appearance pill. The effect was not as long-lasting as the 5th grade, but it could also maintain the youthful appearance for hundreds of years. The 4th-grade appearance pill was exclusively sold in the Wanbao Tower. Every month, an auction would be held in the Sunset Rock to determine the ownership of the only few appearance pills. It was believed that this alone could bring a huge flow of customers and spirit stones to the Wanbao Tower. Adding up to 5 5th-grade appearance pill, it also made the high-level officials look at their disciple Shashanshan with new eyes again. If it weren't for this genius disciple, how could the sect get such a precious thing? Needless to say, in the future, the high-level officials would know how to treat Shashanshan. If she wanted the 5th-grade appearance pill, it was estimated that except for Shashanshan, it was impossible for others in the sect. In the mortal world, the Lord of Tantai and the core elders of that generation were also praised by the high-level officials. If they didn't rely on Shashanshan's good marriage to tie with Yang Chen when they were in the mortal world, where would they have this opportunity now? As long as it was a woman, even if it was a female cultivator who was about to ascend, it was impossible to refuse the temptation of eternal youth. For the time being, the news was only circulated among the high-level officials of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen said that he would go to the Blue Cloud sect, then to the Chenkuan sect and the 5 Elements sect, and finally to the Shentian sect. They all had wives and concubines, so Yang Chen couldn't favor one. From now on, the 10,000 Treasure Tower would handle the face-retaining pills, but it would not be publicized. If the Green Jade Immortal Island wanted it, they must seize the opportunity. This kind of beautifying medicinal pill had always been sold. If the Myriad Treasure Tower did not publicize the medicinal effects wantonly, presumably many people would not believe it. In addition, the Wanbao Tower auction, the price would not be low. If the operation was good, while the reputation of the appearance pill had not spread, it was still possible to grab a batch first. Yang Chen's words have been very clear, especially emphasizing that this was for the sake of Shashanshan. The high-level officials of the Green Jade Immortal Island were very grateful and immediately arranged for people to buy it. A core elder of the high level even specially accompanied Yang Chen to visit the Green Jade Immortal Island and invited Yang Chen to the internal auction of the sect. After that, he let Yang Chen leave. From the beginning to the end, it was more than a month. The Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island were basically the same. After meeting with Sun Qingxue, under the introduction of the Blue Cloud sect's mortal sect master and elder, he met the high-level officials of the Blue Cloud sect in the spiritual world. After the same fairy immortal level elder tried the pill, the high-level officials of the Blue Cloud sect woke up like a dream and went to the Sunset Rock to snatch the appearance pill. Compared with the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, where most of them were women, the importance of the Chenkuan sect and the 5 Elements sect was much smaller. However, after really seeing the effect of the appearance pill, the 2 major sects also sent disciples to the Sunset Rock to operate this matter. Even if most male cultivators don't care about this, which cultivator doesn't have a few female confidants, right? Sending medicine to advertise for favors was one purpose, and the other purpose was naturally to visit his wives and concubines. Basically, so far, the 4 major sects have completely recognized Yang Chen's means. For Yang Chen's women, the sect has taken great care of them, and they will never appear in the mortal world of the Green Jade Immortal Island to treat Shashanshan. The last stop was the Profound Heaven sect. Since it was in the name of seeing his wives and concubines, Yang Chen certainly couldn't miss Dao Junki in the Profound Heaven sect. Even if there were many disciples in the Profound Heaven sect who secretly wanted to tear Yang Chen to pieces, Yang Chen's visit to the sect couldn't be ignored. Especially under the care of the high-level officials, Yang Chen easily met Dao Junki. Before coming to the Profound Heaven sect, Yang Chen also thought about how to hand over Zhao Qing's things to the high-level officials of the Profound Heaven sect. On the way, he had found a gap and disappeared for a period of time. It wasn't a long time, only a few months, but it was enough for him to arrange everything. When Dao Junki saw Yang Chen, she was naturally very happy. Especially now that the reputation of the appearance pill had begun to spread. Her husband had this kind of means. Dao Junki, as a woman, was of course more and more happy. With the example of the four major sect, Yang Chen obviously came to the sect to give a favor. After Dao Junki reported, the high-level officials of the Profound Heaven sect were very reluctant to meet Yang Chen. The reputation of the appearance pill had spread far and wide, so naturally, there was no need to verify it. All the processes were similar to the other four major sect. Yang Chen gave 5/5 revolution appearance pill, and the high-level officials of the Profound Heaven sect were very happy. They sent people to deal with this matter and encouraged Dao Junki to get close to Yang Chen and make new contributions. After all the complicated procedures were done, when Dao Junki was also sent away by the high-level officials, leaving only Yang Chen and the high-level officials of the Profound Heaven sect, Yang Chen greeted the elders again and then presented his gifts again. Each elder had 1/5 revolution marrow pill and 5th revolution appearance pill. Sect leader Wang, Elder Li, and Elder Liu of the Law Enforcement Hall had different identities, so each of them had 2. The elders felt at ease with the filial piety of the younger generation, and they all praised Yang Chen for being a good person. In the core conference hall of the sect, there was endless laughter. When everyone accepted Yang Chen's gifts and began to talk about business, they all sat down and listened to Yang Chen talk about the development of the sect in Chunyang Palace over the years and what he had encountered. "Did you have any trouble on the way this time?" Elder Li was relatively more concerned about Yang Chen's whereabouts, so after Yang Chen finished talking, he specifically asked, "Why did it take you more than 2 months to get here after coming out of the Five Elements sect?" It usually only took 1.5 months for the Five Elements sect to get here. In the remaining half a month, Yang Chen's whereabouts had disappeared from people's sight, so Elder Li asked this question. "On the way to the sect this time, someone guessed my itinerary and sent an expert to kill me." Yang Chen followed his previous arrangements and naturally put the matter of him being attacked in front of the core high-level officials of the Profound Heaven sect. What? The high-level officials of the Profound Heaven sect suddenly became angry. Chapter 1699. Hearing that Yang Chen had been ambushed, the people of the Shentian sect already had a bad look on their faces. Especially when they were ambushed on the way to the Shentian sect, it was as if they had been slapped directly in the face. If they weren't even safe around the mysterious Heaven sect's territory, what would people think of the mysterious Heaven sect? What kind of person has the guts to do this? Who is it? Exterminate his entire family. Elder Li was furious. Yang Chen was the junior he was most optimistic about. Although he couldn't announce it to the public, everyone knew that he was a guest who had come to visit the sect. Someone had actually dared to ambush Yang Chen at the entrance of the mysterious Heaven sect. How could he tolerate this? As long as he knew the identity of that guy, let alone his entire family, even the entire sect wouldn't be able to survive. The others didn't speak, but their expressions were very ugly. Head Liu of the Law Enforcement Hall had already made up his mind. After Yang Chen finished speaking, he would immediately send people to investigate all the cultivators who had appeared around the mysterious Heaven sect during this period of time. A peak Heaven immortal expert. Yang Chen directly said the result. "Fortunately, I was prepared and carried the celestial eating insect with me, so I was able to survive." However, the celestial eating insect was seriously injured, and its strength was greatly reduced. As he spoke, Yang Chen revealed a distressed expression. It wasn't just the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect. Basically, everyone in the spiritual world who knew what had happened in the gourd cave knew that Yang Chen had a heaven immortal level celestial eating insect. Now that they heard that even the celestial eating insect was seriously injured, everyone couldn't help but feel lucky that Yang Chen had been able to escape. Did he leave any clues? Head Liu asked coldly. As long as we know any clues, the sect will chase him to the ends of the earth. Thank you, Head. Yang Chen immediately bowed. He had a close relationship with Elder Li, so he didn't have to do this. But towards his own hall master, Yang Chen still maintained sufficient etiquette. I am from the Zhao clan. I introduced myself, thinking that I wouldn't be able to escape, so I got carried away and revealed my identity. However, that guy didn't end up well either. He was assassinated by this disciple, and this disciple also found some clues about the Zhao family from him. As Yang Chen spoke, he had already taken the items from Zhao Qing's body. All of them were taken out. The items in the Chenkuan bag were placed on the ground one by one. This disciple was slightly injured and packed in a hurry, so I didn't have the time to analyze them carefully. I only know that he's from the Zhao family and his name is Zhao Qing. I don't know anything else. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the items on the ground, and they began to search through them one by one. There are a lot of things. Everyone looked very carefully. Who knew which item would have obvious clues left behind on it? It turns out that the battle not long ago was because of you. Hearing that the Zhao clan's experts had been killed, Hall Chief Liu suddenly realized something. The others also had a look of understanding. 2 months ago, everyone sensed that there were 2 heaven immortal experts fighting, and it wasn't far from the mysterious heaven sect's territory. Many people sensed that battle. However, when the mysterious heaven sect sent people over, they only saw traces of the battle, but they didn't find any corpses. Everyone had been puzzled, and now the truth was revealed. Are his injuries serious? Elder Li was concerned about Yang Chen's body, but it seemed that Yang Chen was fine. Will there be any future problems? It's just a small injury. This disciple has a healing pill, and he will recover in a few days. Yang Chen explained. This dispelled Elder Li's worries, and at the same time, explained the reason why he was late. This was related to the mysterious heaven sect's mortal enemy, the Zhao family. This ancient and secretive family might even be the culprit behind the extermination of the mortal world's Taishanmen. All the higher-ups were carefully searching for clues. Since Yang Chen was fine, there was no need to be so nervous. Everything was focused on finding clues about the Zhao family. Bastard! So you were hiding here. Very soon, an elder cried out in surprise. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the Yuxian Temple. Yuxian Temple? Sect Master Wang took a jade slip from the elder and began to read it. The jade slip recorded some secret codes and methods to control the Yuxian Temple, as well as some instructions to the Yuxian Temple. The completion of the mission of the Yuxian Temple was recorded clearly. Some things obviously had some regional characteristics. Even if they couldn't tell much, they could still find more clues if they continued to investigate. Since the other party had already exposed the Yuxian Temple, they could definitely find a bigger fish by following this clue. Hall Master Liu, I'll leave it to you. Sect Master Wang just gave an indifferent order, but everyone could hear the excitement in his voice. After searching for so many years, they finally found a clue about the culprit who exterminated the mortal world's sect. We won't let any of them go. Hall Master Liu was also excited, and he didn't hide his murderous intent. An expert at the divine immortal realm rarely lost his composure like this. However, the other party was the culprit who exterminated his own sect in the mortal world. It was not easy to find a clue, so Hall Master Liu couldn't wait any longer. Other things still needed further investigation, but Sect Master Wang couldn't wait any longer. The people of the Yuxian Temple had to die. Their background had to be thoroughly investigated. The Zhao family had been mysterious for so long, and finally a corner of it had been dug out. They had to do it as soon as possible. Once the Zhao family found out that the expert at the divine immortal realm had died, they might cut off this clue. The earlier they made the arrangements, the better they would have the upper hand. Hall Master Liu left with a murderous intent. He believed that this time, it would be a mountain of bones and a sea of blood. The others temporarily stopped looking for more clues. With this most important clue, they would be able to find more clues. The rest would be left to the other ordinary elders to continue. It would take a long time to find the Zhao family, and it wasn't a temporary solution. Young Chen, you have made a great contribution again. Sect Master Wang didn't hide his admiration for Young Chen at all. This person was a disciple with a heart in the Han sect. Since he knew Sect Master Wang, he had always surprised him. Compared to some of the so-called core disciples in the sect, Sect Master Wang was many times more useful. The more Sect Master Wang thought about it, the happier he was. I just happened to be there. I don't dare to take credit for it. Yang Chen immediately expressed his attitude. If he didn't perform well now, how could he get more benefits? A contribution is a contribution. There are so many disciples in the sect, but none of them could find the Zhao family cautiously. After Sect Master Wang complained about the disciples in the sect, he sat down and asked Yang Chen, if we can dig out the background of the Yuxian temple, you will have made the greatest contribution. What kind of reward do you want for this contribution? Chapter 1700. Disciple only has one request. Yang Chen was not polite this time. He immediately put forward his own request. Even Elder Li, who was next to him, didn't seem to see it. He directly opened his mouth. Elder Li was also reminding Yang Chen out of goodwill. Yang Chen's performance in the previous few times was quite good. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, and didn't take credit for himself in the slightest, leaving a good impression in the hearts of the higher-ups. He was afraid that Yang Chen would become arrogant and lose his mind, saying something inappropriate. What he was afraid of happened. Yang Chen didn't even refuse and directly stated his request. Although he didn't know what he was asking for, this kind of performance would easily cause him to lose points in the eyes of the sect master and the other elders. Even if the reward promised by the sect master was more precious, it wouldn't be worth it. How could Yang Chen make such a miscalculation this time? Could it be that he felt that he relied on a sneak attack to get rid of a peak heaven immortal expert, so he became arrogant? But since Yang Chen had already spoken, Elder Li couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. He could only use the most secretive method to give Yang Chen a look, hoping that Yang Chen could understand his meaning. It's over. Yang Chen's disregard made Elder Li's heart sink, but on the surface, he still had to maintain his composure. Since things had already come to this, there was no point in stopping him anymore. He could only take one step at a time and see if he could help Yang Chen cover up his words, so that his performance wouldn't be so bad. If there's a chance to capture the core figures of the Zhao clan alive, Disciple pleads Sect Master to leave one for Disciple no matter what. Disciple will personally cut him into pieces to comfort Master Li's soul in heaven. Yang Chen's words already carried a sense of gnashing his teeth. His face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. No matter what, leave one for Disciple. Disciple is willing to use all the credit to exchange for this grace. Yang Chen's performance was definitely at the level of a best actor. As he spoke, the expression on his face, the tone of his mouth, and even his eyes were filled with an indescribable anger and sadness. Anyone who heard Yang Chen's words couldn't help but empathize with him. His nostalgia for his master and hatred for the Zhao family were vividly displayed in front of the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect. Looking at Yang Chen's eyes, sect leader Wang's heart was stirred. How could he bear to say no? The other elders were similarly moved. With such a disciple and such a request, who could bear to refuse? How many disciples in the sect, who had been nurtured with great effort, could perform as well as Yang Chen? The stone in Elder Li's heart had completely fallen to the ground. Yang Chen really did not let him down. How was this arrogance due to being favored? This was clearly placing the sect above everything else. If Yang Chen could show such sincerity for Master Li in the mortal world today, he would be able to go through fire and water for Elder Li in the spiritual world in the future. All right. This old man approves of this request. Sect leader Wang didn't say anything else and almost guaranteed Yang Chen, as long as we can catch them, we will definitely keep them for you. Aren't you an executioner? I'll leave them all to you to execute. Thank you, sect leader, for your grace. Yang Chen immediately thanked him. If he didn't show his respect for his master now, When would he be able to show it? In any case, he only needed to put on a show here in the mysterious heaven sect. Could it be that the elders present would really forget about his reward? Even if the other elders were willing, Elder Lee would definitely not be willing. This is the sect leader's grace, not a reward for your meritorious service. Sure enough, Elder Lee was next to him and said the words that the sect master had promised to follow Yang Chen's words and said that it was a grace. Since it was a grace, it wasn't a reward, so he still had to give it a reward. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Sect leader Wang didn't think there was anything wrong with Elder Lee's words. If he treated this as a reward, then it would be a sign of muddle-headedness. How could sect leader Wang make such a mistake? Disciple asks sect leader to give disciple some books from the sect. This was the second time that sect master Wang asked Yang Chen to talk about the reward. Yang Chen, of course, would not continue to pretend, and immediately climbed up the pole and said, "This disciple does not want to practice the classics, just some leisure books and miscellaneous notes, to open my eyes." Approved. The sect leader directly agreed without thinking. The mysterious heaven sect had a lot of miscellaneous books, and this disciple was famous for liking to read these kinds of books. Even in the mortal world, he had a reputation for collecting all kinds of miscellaneous books. His request was not surprising at all. You can spread the news that you exchanged for it with pills. This was killing two birds with one stone. First, it was really what Yang Chen wanted, and second, it was a smokescreen for the other sect. This way, even though the relationship between Yang Chen and the mysterious heaven sect was not very good and could even be considered antagonistic, with this kind of business relationship and the fact that Dao Junki and Yang Chen were husband and wife, it was not surprising that Yang Chen wasn't embarrassed. From today onwards, increase Dao Junki's share by 5 times and allow her to choose a treasure from the sect's bountiful treasure pavilion. Yang Chen had spoken, and the sect had agreed. However, the sect leader still felt that some miscellaneous books were not enough to make up for Yang Chen's contribution this time. Fortunately, Yang Chen had a concubine in the mysterious heaven sect, so it was the same to give her benefits. After all, husband and wife were one. The elders had no objections to the sect leader's arrangements. Yang Chen thanked the sect leader on behalf of Dao Junki again. Then, under Elder Lee's urging, he carefully explained his whereabouts in recent years. In fact, this was nothing. In everyone's eyes, Yang Chen had done nothing but alchemy in the past few years. This was irrefutable evidence from the number of 5 revolution marrow pill and 4 revolution appearance pill that Wanbao Tower had taken out. On the other hand, there were mortal disciples ascending from Chunyang Palace almost every once in a while, which was very exciting. For the time being, the mysterious heaven sect did not need Chunyang Palace to do anything. They just needed to develop in peace. The current situation in Chunyang Palace was indeed like this, so there was basically no need for special instructions. When Dao Junki learned of the sect leader's decision from Yang Chen, she was very happy. She didn't know what kind of deal her husband had made with the sect, but the benefits fell on her. Over the years, Dao Junki had clearly felt the change in her status in the sect, and she was even more loyal to Yang Chen. On the surface, the relationship between Yang Chen and the mysterious heaven sect was the worst. Therefore, Yang Chen left the mysterious heaven sect under Dao Junki's reluctant gaze after staying here for a few days. This time, Yang Chen basically came out to promote the appearance pill. Then, he rushed back to Chunyang Palace and announced that he would refine elixirs in seclusion. The reason why he was so anxious was that Yang Chen noticed that Master Wang of Blessing Gathering Building finally had results in refining the dragon grass. It was time to know what Master Wang wanted to do. Chapter 1701. Yang Chen could know to what extent Wang Dongzhu had refined the dragon entwining grass vine, because Yang Chen himself left a secret spiritual awareness imprint in the dragon entwining grass vine. This imprint was very clever. It was left by Yang Chen after using the 3 purities secret art as a reference to the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method. Generally speaking, ordinary people could not find this spiritual awareness imprint. However, there was an exception, that was, this imprint could not be refined for a long time. No matter how hidden the spiritual awareness imprint was, in the long-term sacrificial refining process, there would always be a little clue that would be discovered. Unsurprisingly, when Wang Dongzhu's sacrificial refining reached a certain point, he found this secret spiritual awareness imprint. However, Wang Dongzhu himself was not surprised at all. If there was no spiritual awareness imprint on this dragon entwining grass vine, it would be a real problem. If there was a spiritual awareness imprint, it showed that Yang Chen had suspected from the beginning what he was going to do with this dragon entwining grass vine. He also wanted to rely on this spiritual awareness imprint to find his whereabouts. Unfortunately, in this kind of magic weapon sacrificial refining process, there were not many spiritual awareness imprints that could escape without being discovered. In this regard, Sect Master Wang was very proud. At first glance, Yang Chen looked like a novice. He only had a trivial human immortal cultivation base. He did not know where he learned some superficial spiritual awareness secret techniques. He could escape the initial spiritual awareness inspection, but he could not escape the intensive offensive of the magic weapon refining later. Once the careful arrangements went down the drain, Wang Dongzhu could imagine what kind of dejected look Yang Chen had now. When the spiritual awareness imprint left by Yang Chen was destroyed, Yang Chen also knew to what extent Wang Dongzhu had refined the dragon entwining grass vine. Of course, Yang Chen would not lose his surveillance of Wang Dongzhu. In fact, in addition to the spiritual awareness imprint left on the dragon entwining grass vine, Yang Chen also secretly left two on Wang Dongzhu's body. One was placed on the roots of Wang Dongzhu's hair, which he rarely noticed, and the other was placed on his eyebrows, which Wang Dongzhu also didn't care about. These two imprints were left during the face-to-face discussion with Wang Dongzhu. At that time, Yang Chen deliberately showed that he was abiding by the agreement. After Wang Dongzhu saw the dragon entwining grass vine, he lost his composure a little. In that very short gap that Wang Dongzhu did not notice, Yang Chen cleverly left behind two spiritual consciousness imprints. Regardless of whether the spiritual consciousness imprints on the dragon winding grass vines were destroyed or not, these two imprints were still there and could still tell Yang Chen the location of Wang Dongzhu. When Yang Chen left the Black Heaven sect, the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect finally discovered what Yang Chen really wanted to leave for them. Zhao Qing's Cosmos sac contained some of his own cultivation experiences, including his understanding of his various array formations. Speaking of which, these were just some of Zhao Qing's cultivation experiences. Every cultivator would have a similar record. Zhao Qing was an array cultivator, so he dabbled in all kinds of array formations. In order to deepen his own cultivation, he would even search for various ancient array formations to study. Zhao Qing was an array cultivator, so he dabbled in all kinds of array formations. In order to deepen his own cultivation, he would even search for various ancient array formations to study. The reason why he was able to find the hiding place of the Earth Dragon was because of this habit. He found clues from an ancient jade slip that recorded array formations. As an array cultivator, he certainly would not miss the Heaven and Earth Everlasting Origin Suppression Great Array announced by the Black Heaven sect in the spiritual world. He even studied the special array I that led to the destruction of the Taishanmen. Arranging a small-scale Heaven and Earth Everlasting Origin Suppression Great Array was really not a big deal for an expert of this level. Yang Chen did a little trick on the jade slip that recorded the Heaven and Earth Everlasting Origin Suppression Great Array. In fact, he replaced the jade slip with a more ancient jade slip that was more than 10,000 years old. Relying on the powerful spiritual sense of the Three Purities secret art, the content of the spiritual sense engraved on the new jade slip was forcibly moved to the old jade slip, that was all. However, with this change, the nature of the matter had changed completely. It turned out that the Black Heaven sect had conducted research after announcing the array, but now it had become that they had studied this array a long time ago, but they had kept it a secret and even found the special array I. The special array I of the Heaven and Earth Everlasting Origin Suppression Great Array was one of the reasons for the destruction of the Taishanmen in the mortal world. The Devil Heart Sutra was another. Therefore, everyone in the Black Heaven sect attached great importance to any clues related to the Heaven and Earth Everlasting Origin Suppression Great Array. A jade slip that was more than 10,000 years old recorded the special array I. What else could this mean? If the Black Heaven sect was 80% suspicious of the Zhao family before, then now it had become 100%. Not to mention that Yang Chen, a little human immortal junior, couldn't fake it. Even the supreme profound immortal elders of the sect couldn't fake the jade slip so flawlessly. This jade slip could only be real, then the destruction of the Taishanmen in the mortal world was completely related to the Zhao family. What happened later had little to do with Yang Chen. It was the business of the Black Heaven sect. Yang Chen was only responsible for delivering the things. As for the authenticity of the things, Yang Chen didn't have the ability to fake them. Moreover, in Zhao Qing's Chengkuan bag, there were a few things that did prove that Zhao Qing was indeed from the Zhao family and held a high position. This was enough, wasn't it? The alchemy master of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen, went into seclusion again, and the news quickly spread. Everyone was looking forward to Master Yang Chen staying in seclusion for the rest of his life. When he had nothing to do, he would refine more 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pills, 5 revolutions marrow pills, 5 revolutions appearance pill, etc., so that Wanbao Tower would have an adequate supply. Many people were looking forward to the appearance of these pills. They were calculating their net worth at all times to see how many pills they could get. The more pills Yang Chen refined, the cheaper it would be. Master Yang, who was the focus of attention, was working hard on alchemy as everyone wished. At the same time, he was also working hard to improve his alchemy level, preparing to break through the bottleneck of a 6th grade alchemy master at any time. When Liu Xiong, an ordinary disciple of Chunyang Palace, left Chunyang Palace, he once again succeeded in making everyone not pay attention to him. After strolling casually in the market of Sunset Rock and buying some dispensable things, Liu Xiong left Sunset Rock without anyone noticing and embarked on his journey to gain experience. Yang Chen's goal this time was very clear, which was to keep an eye on Wang Dongzhu's movements. As long as he followed him, he wouldn't have to worry about finding the place where Wang Dongzhu used the dragon entwining grass vine. Perhaps, if he was lucky this time, he would be able to see a living dragon in the spiritual world. After all, a dead dragon did not need to be dealt with by the dragon entwining grass vine, and apart from dealing with dragons, the dragon entwining grass was useless against other monsters. Chapter 1702. Yang Chen was very clear about Wang Dongzhu's cultivation base, so Yang Chen also had a general estimate of what stage he would be able to destroy the spiritual awareness imprint he left. When the spiritual awareness imprint was destroyed, it meant that Wang Dongzhu would soon complete the refining. This kind of secret thing, Yang Chen firmly believed that Wang Dongzhu would not let anyone else know. Therefore, as long as he followed the position of Wang Dongzhu, the 2 spiritual awareness imprints on Wang Dongzhu's body, even if the one at the root of the hair disappeared because of hair growth or other reasons, the one on the eyebrows would remain for a long time. Wang Dongzhu, that person, was not a person who trimmed his eyebrows. Wang Dongzhu's location was very secretive, in a mountain that was inaccessible. Yang Chen only carefully approached about 100 miles and hid his figure. Further ahead, it was the warning array arranged by Wang Dongzhu. If he was not careful, he would be discovered by Wang Dongzhu and fall short of success. Yang Chen did not need to take this risk to explore now. This was just a secret place to refine magic weapons. It was absolutely impossible to have a place where the Dragon Clan was hiding. What was the specific situation inside, Yang Chen did not care. Within 100 miles, there was no trace of dragon chi. It was impossible to have a real Dragon Clan hiding. In the mountainside, there was a camouflaged cave. The entrance of the cave was sealed by a boulder, and the outside was also arranged with a formation. Even if one stood on the top of the mountain and explored with spiritual awareness, it was impossible to find a cave here. Wang Dongzhu was staying alone in this cave at the moment, completing the final step of the sacrificial refining of the dragon grass vine. Yang Chen's estimation was very accurate. At this time, it was almost the end stage of his refining of the magic weapon. As long as the dragon grass was refined, Wang Dongzhu's work would be half completed. The rest was to go to that place and then capture the dragon and let him do whatever he wanted. When he thought of the realm he could reach after completing it, even the knowledgeable Wang Dongzhu's body trembled slightly. Old dragon, if you encounter the dragon grass, what is the first thing you do? Yang Chen was now hidden 100 miles away, and he was not idle, but began to communicate with the dragon spirit in the profound spirit furnace. Dragon entanglement grass? How do you know about this kind of thing? After so many years of nourishment in the profound spirit furnace, the dragon spirit has basically fully recovered. When he heard Yang Chen mention the dragon entanglement grass, he immediately exclaimed and asked a question instead of answering. Someone gave me a strange seed and told me to stimulate it. Yang Chen replied casually, I didn't know what it was at first, so I planted the seed. Then, I realized that it looked like the legendary dragon coiling grass. Yang Chen did not answer how he knew about the dragon coiling grass, but the question he asked made the dragon spirit tremble with fear. Even though it was a spirit, it could not change its instinctive fear. Why don't you just destroy it? The dragon spirit's voice gave Yang Chen a feeling of hysteria. It sounded like the dragon race was not just afraid of the dragon coiled grass, but also disgusted by it. I just want to know, I used the maximum spiritual power that the seed could accept to nourish the dragon coiling grass for 100 years before it germinated. The tip part of which is 1 foot thick and 20 feet long. What kind of strength can it deal with? Yang Chen didn't care much about the emotions of the dragon spirit. This was not something that Yang Chen could make the dragon spirit calm down with a few words, so Yang Chen directly asked the question he wanted to know. Hearing this question, the dragon spirit roared more and more, but it was just a venting roar for a while, and finally quieted down. The dragon spirit was in a spirit body state, and it was impossible to show up by himself. If he wanted to solve the trouble of the dragon coiling grass, he needed Yang Chen's help. Therefore, helping Yang Chen correctly analyze the ability of the other party was the most important thing he should do now. Just germinated? The dragon spirit thought carefully for a moment and asked again to confirm. Just germinated. Yang Chen gave a very affirmative answer. After thinking about it, he still talked about the performance of the seed in the medicine garden and the dragon palace before it germinated. That's okay. As long as it hasn't germinated, it can't grow in power. After listening to this, Lingling didn't feel very worried. She temporarily fell silent and began to silently calculate in her heart. Maybe it can only deal with a small dragon. After thinking for a long time, the dragon spirit finally spoke, but there was still a hint of hesitation in its tone. Or it can be an old dragon. Yang Chen understood what the dragon spirit meant. The small dragon wasn't strong, and the old dragon it mentioned was definitely the kind of old dragon that was near the end of its lifespan, and its strength had greatly decreased. Maybe it's a severely injured dragon in the prime of his life. Yang Chen added to the dragon spirit. To be honest, Yang Chen wasn't surprised at all. If the dragon coiling grass that had just germinated could deal with a dragon in the prime of his life, then the dragon coiling grass wouldn't have been almost extinct by the dragon race. It could only deal with weak small dragons and dragons that were on the verge of death. That was normal. That's right, one that was severely injured and on the verge of death. The dragon spirit admitted what Yang Chen said, but it still added the adjective of being on the verge of death. But after saying that, the dragon spirit was stunned for a moment, and then it didn't speak again. Whether it was a seriously injured and dying dragon or a newly born dragon, as long as it was not an old dragon that was about to die, it meant that it was the most suitable body for him to possess. It had always been in the state of a spirit body. Although it relied on the medicinal power and fire seed in Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace to recover to its strongest state, after all, the dragon spirit had no body. Yang Chen said that once he met a suitable body, he would give him a chance to possess it. Could it be that the opportunity was right in front of him? At this moment, the dragon spirit could no longer calm down. As long as he had a body, with his hundreds of thousands of years of experience in the Lang Ya well, and the memories and experiences of the cultivators who were burned to death by the spirit-devouring dragon fire, it would not be difficult for him to restore his strength to his heyday. He could even easily enter the Earth Immortal and Heaven Immortal realm. It must be known that he was the most unique dragon in the world. Was it appropriate to do so? That was his own clan. Could it be that he was going to be possessed by himself? From a moral point of view, it was not right to do so, but the temptation of having a body made the dragon spirit couldn't help but think in that direction. For a time, the dragon spirit was also caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, the dragon spirit hoped that the fellow who might be dealt with would be safe and sound. On the other hand, it hoped that Wang Dongzhu's plan could succeed. These two thoughts had been lingering in the heart of the dragon spirit. Even if there was really a dragon body, if it was not a fire dragon, could he still successfully possess it? Could he still recover to his heyday after the possession? It was full of questions. Chapter 1703. Wang Dongzhu finally completed the refinement. The dragon-entangled grass vine, which was more than 200 feet long, was refined into an inconspicuous noose by Wang Dongzhu. On one side, there was a large noose that could be used to trap the target according to the owner's will. On the other side, there was a small buckle that could be fastened to the wrist or even the waist after enlarging to prevent it from falling out. After fastening the small buckle to the wrist, Wang Dongzhu casually shook his hand. The noose seemed to come to life. It instantly enlarged and accurately hooked onto a stalactite not far away. The noose tightened and the stalactite was snapped. The noose quickly returned to Wang Dongzhu's hand and shrunk into a ball. It looked like a delicate bracelet. Wang Dongzhu was very satisfied with his own work. He was very clear that this magic treasure could most likely only be used once. After using it, it could not be taken out casually. Once he got close to the dragon clan, this bracelet refined from the dragon-entangled grass vine would definitely make the dragon clan treat him as a mortal enemy. After the refinement was completed, Wang Dongzhu did not immediately rush to work. Instead, he forced himself to calm down and meditated for a whole 3 days. On one hand, it was to calm his agitated emotions. On the other hand, it could be considered as a solid rest by relying on the 3 days of meditation. No matter what he did, he needed a clear mind and sufficient physical strength. Since he had been planning for tens of thousands of years and generations, he was not in a hurry. After resting, Wang Dongzhu began to check the things on his body one by one. These were the early preparations that had been accumulated over several generations. They couldn't afford to fall short of success at the last step. Therefore, Wang Dongzhu checked very carefully. Almost every item had to be refined and maintained from head to toe to ensure that nothing went wrong. The more he was at the critical juncture, the more he could not be impatient. For so many years, Wang Dongzhu knew the benefits of doing business in Blessing Gathering Pavilion and doing other things. When people spoke highly of a person, they liked to describe him as calm in the face of major events. This was the reason. Just this preparation alone, Wang Dongzhu did it unhurriedly for a whole month. He even prepared the maintenance tools and his own meditation. He pushed his energy to the peak before setting off. Yang Chen, who was 100 miles away, finally sensed Wang Dongzhu's movement. However, Yang Chen was not in a hurry to catch up. Instead, he stayed in place and quietly sensed the direction of Wang Dongzhu's movement. As long as they were within 2,000 miles, Yang Chen could easily and accurately locate Wang Dongzhu. There was no need for him to get close to him and be discovered. Wang Dongzhu was very cautious. Even though the location he chose was very secretive and allowed him to safely refine the dragon entanglement grass here for dozens of years, he still didn't let his guard down. From the moment they left the cave, apart from carefully concealing themselves, they had basically been running in circles. Yang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He had enough patience to wait for Wang Dongzhu. Therefore, he didn't move until Wang Dongzhu was 5,000 li away from him. Only then did Yang Chen slowly chase after him. Within 2,000 miles, Yang Chen could accurately pinpoint the other party's position. Within 2,500 miles, Yang Chen could easily pinpoint the other party's direction. As long as the direction was right, Yang Chen would be able to slowly catch up. Wang Dongzhu circled around a continent in the spiritual world for 3 months. It wasn't until Wang Dongzhu felt that he was no longer being followed that he rushed to a deserted seaside and plunged into the sea. 3 days later, not far from where Wang Dongzhu entered the sea, Wang Dongzhu's figure appeared under the sea like an illusion. No one could see his figure, but he could see everything around him. 3 days passed, and he didn't see any cultivators coming here. He could conclude that no one was following him. Then Wang Dongzhu silently hid in the sea for 5 days. Relying on a magic weapon that could hide his figure in the water and hide his spiritual sense, Wang Dongzhu stayed in the sea for 8 or 9 days. Finally, he was sure that no one was following him. Until this moment, Wang Dongzhu let out a long sigh. The magic weapon pushed away the seawater and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. It quickly left towards the east. When Wang Dongzhu was thousands of miles away from the coast, the figure of Yang Chen appeared on the beach. With a mocking sneer, Yang Chen jumped into the sea without hesitation. Wang Dongzhu thought that as long as he hid his figure, he could make the people who were following him lose their vigilance and show up. However, he did not expect that Yang Chen had already planted a spiritual awareness imprint on him. Knowing that he had been wandering in that area, how could Yang Chen take the initiative to expose himself? After entering the sea, Yang Chen called out the shuttle. In the sea, for the time being, Yang Chen had not seen a magic weapon faster than the shuttle. Within a few days, Yang Chen pulled the distance between himself and Wang Dongzhu to within 2,000 miles. Being so close, Yang Chen was not worried about being discovered by Wang Dongzhu at all. Firstly, the shuttle and Yang Chen had enough stealth ability. Secondly, there were countless fierce sea beasts in the sea. It was impossible for Wang Dongzhu to distinguish one by one which was the sea beast and which was the cultivator. As long as Yang Chen tracked skillfully, there was no need to worry about being discovered. Wang Dongzhu and Yang Chen, one in the front and one in the back, hurried in the sea. After Wang Dongzhu confirmed that no one was following them, he was still a little impatient. After quickly making a big circle in the sea, he turned to the north. Yang Chen followed behind unhurriedly, all the way to the north. There were some fierce sea beasts on the way. Even Wang Dongzhu, an Earth Immortal level cultivator, had to be careful to avoid them. In order not to alarm Wang Dongzhu, Yang Chen sometimes had to cooperate with the Earth Dragon, releasing the pressure of a powerhouse and the murderous aura of the Blood River in a short period of time to scare away the sea beasts. Only then could he continue to track. Rushing in the sea, they walked for half a year. Calculating the distance, it had exceeded millions of miles and was far away from the mainland. In the end, even the entire sea was frozen, and the shallower parts of the sea had been completely blocked by the sea ice. Yang Chen did not know how Wang Dongzhu found his target. Just this position alone could make countless cultivators flinch. Wang Dongzhu did not have a magic weapon that could hide his figure and shield his spiritual consciousness. Even if he had the cultivation of a heaven immortal, he could not come here at all. Finally, Wang Dongzhu's figure stopped and seemed to have reached the end. Yang Chen also stopped and hid in the deep sea. His spiritual consciousness wrapped the shuttle and waited quietly. Soon, a powerful spiritual consciousness swept over Yang Chen and the shuttle. Maybe it did not notice anything unusual here and quickly swept to other places. Chapter 1704. A powerful spiritual sense was at least at the level of a peak celestial immortal, and it could definitely detect any cultivator below the supreme Xian immortal level. Even some supreme Xian immortals who did not specialize in spiritual sense might not be able to escape the detection of spiritual sense. Yang Chen understood that this must be a magic weapon on Wang Dongzhu, just like the magic weapon of the Taishanmen sect Master Li in the mortal world, which could greatly enhance the cultivation of spiritual sense. At a critical moment, it could definitely detect some enemies with bad intentions. Obviously, now was that kind of critical moment. The spiritual sense swept back and forth for thousands of miles, and almost all the sea beasts in the range were frightened by the spiritual sense of a peak celestial immortal, and rushed to escape into the distance. Yang Chen had been hiding in that corner, and with his spiritual sense protecting his body, he was not affected in the slightest. After feeling that Wang Dongzhu had no other movement, Yang Chen began to slowly chase in the direction of Wang Dongzhu. During the process, Yang Chen had been wrapping his body and the shuttle with his spiritual sense. He only walked forward for more than 1,000 miles, and the speed of the shuttle reached its maximum, but it entered the soil. There was actually a big island here. Yang Chen secretly released a few strands of spiritual sense, and roughly estimated that it was about a few hundred miles. Such a big island, strictly speaking, should be said to be a big reef, because the whole land was submerged under the sea level. Of course, there was no seawater here, only a large amount of sea ice. The whole world was a vast expanse of white. The land and the ice had been completely connected, and it would be impossible to clearly separate them with just spiritual sense exploration. Wang Dongzhu's figure had not moved for a long time, and Yang Chen carefully moved in the direction of Wang Dongzhu. During this period, he also secretly came out of the ice to take a few glances. It was a vast expanse of white. There was no other color. The world was completely covered with white ice. Other than white, there was only white. The further he went, the colder he felt. He did not know if it was an illusion of Yang Chen, but after walking for almost 100 miles, Yang Chen was already sure that it was not an illusion, but it was really getting colder and colder. Even with Yang Chen's cultivation, he still felt cold. One could imagine how low the temperature here was. Moving forward, Yang Chen had no choice but to circulate the great yin-yang 5 elemental arts to the extreme to ensure that he would not freeze. If it was any colder, Yang Chen couldn't guarantee that Wang Dongzhu wouldn't notice him. Fortunately, he had the Earth Dragon bracelet with him. Even though the Earth Dragon was not intelligent enough, it was obedient. Furthermore, it was extremely powerful. With its help, Yang Chen could barely resist the increasingly cold temperature and slowly approach Wang Dongzhu. Finally, it was almost within 100 miles of Wang Dongzhu. Now the temperature had dropped to the limit that Yang Chen could bear. It was completely relying on the protection of the Earth Dragon, coupled with the yin-yang heaven burning fire in Yang Chen's own body, that he could barely not expose his figure. Arriving here, Yang Chen had thoroughly understood why this place was so cold. On the huge reef under the sea, there was a huge array formation in operation. It was precisely because of this array formation that the whole place turned into an extremely cold place. Not to mention that Yang Chen was just a human immortal. Even if a celestial immortal master came over, without special protection, they would not be able to bear the consequences. However, this icy cold area was very introverted. Less than 100 feet under the sea, it could not be felt at all. Even if one used their spiritual awareness to explore, their spiritual awareness would not feel cold. Therefore, this area could exist without being disturbed for many years. Perhaps this was the arrangement of the ancestors of Wang Dongzhu's family in the past. The front suddenly became empty. Yang Chen, who was walking through the rocks, almost rushed out and exposed his figure. Finally, he carefully controlled his forward momentum and was still hidden in the rocks. The Earth Dragon was a master of the Earth attribute. It was not too difficult to control Yang Chen in the rocks and let him see the situation outside. The only thing to worry about was that Yang Chen could not be discovered by Wang Dongzhu. Fortunately, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was strong enough. Soon, Yang Chen saw the situation inside. Wang Dongzhu was standing in a place not far in front of him. He was in a huge underground space. The space was very vast. Just the place that could be seen was hundreds of miles away. In front of Wang Dongzhu, there was a huge and amazing piece of ice. It was crystal clear and constantly emitted a burst of piercing cold. The entire underground space was as bright as day. Not far from the huge ice, there was a spring that was gurgling. However, it wasn't water or ice that was gushing out. Instead, it was dark red magma. No matter how cold the huge ice was, the magma spring did not solidify. From time to time, there were a few fire bubbles, making a popping sound. The huge ice was the source of the cold that Yang Chen felt. Under the ice block, one could clearly see a series of formation engravings. It was this array that kept the huge ice in a frozen state. It even affected the surrounding hundreds of miles. On Wang Dongzhu's body, there was a set of red armor that was constantly flashing. Yang Chen was an expert in playing with fire. At a glance, he could see that it was a set of armor that was carefully refined by a fire cultivator to keep warm. The protective power of this armor was average. Its only function was to keep warm. Wang Dongzhu, with his earthly immortal cultivation, was not afraid of the cold here. It was all because of this armor. If Yang Chen was given enough time and materials, Yang Chen could also refine a set of clothes with the same effect. The effect might even be better than the one on Wang Dongzhu's body. Unfortunately, Yang Chen did not know that he would come to this place. There was no way that he could prepare so well. Wang Dongzhu, who was standing there, did not seem to be aware of the cold around him. His eyes were fixed on the huge ice. Following Wang Dongzhu's gaze, Yang Chen also looked into the huge ice. What he saw made Yang Chen, who had 10,000 years of memories from his previous life, stunned. The huge ice was almost completely transparent. At first, Yang Chen did not notice what was inside. Now, he realized that there was a long, fiery red figure in the innermost part of the huge ice. The figure was too big. He could not see it clearly. However, the part that Yang Chen could see clearly indicated the identity of the figure inside. It was a fiery red dragon head with a radius of a few miles. It was vivid and lifelike. From Yang Chen's direction, he seemed to be able to see the light emitting from the dragon's huge eyes. The fiery red figure extended beyond his line of sight. There was still no end to it. However, Yang Chen could imagine the complete body. A fiery red dragon was completely frozen in this huge block of ice. Thinking about the soaring dragon grass that Wang Dongzhu refined, Yang Chen could naturally come to a logical conclusion. This dragon was still alive. Chapter 1705. It could be said that it was completely beyond the expectations of Yang Chen. Wang Dongzhu really had a living dragon to capture. He didn't know how Wang Dongzhu or the ancestors of the Wang family found and subdued this dragon. Maybe it was not them who subdued it, and the dragon was sealed in the ice when they discovered it. But these were not important. The important thing was that Wang Dongzhu finally had a magic weapon to subdue this dragon. A living dragon was more valuable than a dead dragon, and it could even be said to be a difference of 10,000 times. It was not surprising that Wang Dongzhu wanted to capture this dragon alive. If it was Yang Chen, he would also be willing to find an opportunity to get a living dragon instead of a corpse. A fiery red dragon, if you look at it from the color alone, this was a fire dragon. The luck of the dragon spirit in the profound spirit furnace was really good this time. It was rare to have a dragon, and it actually matched its 5 elements attributes. It's just that Yang Chen still couldn't judge whether this was a young dragon or an old dragon. At this point, the future of the dragon spirit was still unknown. He didn't know what kind of master and power could actually freeze a fire dragon alive. Looking at the magma fountain next to it, this was simply a super crater most suitable for the survival of the fire dragon. But now this super crater was frozen by a formation, leaving only a spring with a radius of less than 2 feet. It could also show the scorching heat of the underground magma, but it could not have any impact on the ice block. This is the seal of the dragon clan itself. Everything Yang Chen saw was communicated with the dragon spirit in the profound spirit furnace with his spiritual awareness. Regarding the dragon clan, the dragon spirit must know more than Yang Chen. At this moment, he immediately passed an explanation. The dragon clan's own seal. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, so it was easy to understand. As long as it was something made by the dragon clan, even if it was exaggerated, it could be accepted. Not to mention freezing a fire dragon, even a more outrageous one could be accepted. He didn't know what happened to this dragon. In short, it was frozen like this. Yang Chen couldn't see far enough, or there were still wounds on the dragon's body. The Wang family's ancestors were lucky and found this living dragon, so they spent generations searching for the dragon entanglement grass. When it came to Wang Dongzhu, not only did he have the seeds of the dragon coiling grass, but he also had Yang Chen's help to cultivate and germinate it. It could be said that everything was ready except for the east wind. Wang Dongzhu had already made his move. His hands were forming a series of hand seals. It could be seen that he was not very familiar with the way he performed the incantation. It was likely that he had not practiced it elsewhere. As one by one, the shining spells were inserted into the ice, Yang Chen finally saw the changes in the ice. To be more precise, it was the transformation of the formation beneath the ice. The array formation slowly stopped condensing ice and began to slowly melt the ice. The huge block of ice was getting warmer and warmer, and was no longer as bone-chilling as before. Wang Dongzhu made a final hand seal, the lines on the ground flickered a few times, and then there was no more movement. Yang Chen could clearly see that all Wang Dongzhu had done was to turn off the formation on the ground. As long as the ice was no longer sealed by the formation, just the heat from the fire dragon's body would be able to slowly melt the huge block of ice. In addition, not only was the fire dragon's interior melting, but the area of the magma spring that was not completely sealed by the ice was also slowly expanding. The temperature of the underground space was also constantly rising. Everything was as Yang Chen expected. The block of ice began to change from the inside, and soon, traces of water began to appear on the ground. The water flowed to an unknown place along the lines of the formation. The ice was also slowly becoming smaller, and the ice walls were also becoming thinner. Under the attacks from both inside and outside, the ice kept melting into clear water. However, the ice was too thick, and it would take a long time for it to completely melt. Old dragon, if there is a chance, will you try to possess it? This time, Yang Chen asked the dragon spirit a very practical question, a question that would happen very soon. The dragon spirit had been conflicted for a very long time. It didn't know if it should do such a thing. On one side was its own kind, and on the other side was its own body. It seemed like an easy choice, but when it really had to face it, it was very difficult to harden its heart. I'll wait and see. The dragon spirit still didn't make a prompt decision. Instead, it decided to wait and see. If that dragon has a chance to survive, I'll wait a little longer. If it has no chance at all, I'll possess it. Although it seemed that the dragon spirit was still somewhat indecisive, Yang Chen had some admiration for him. To be able to resist the temptation of possessing a body under such circumstances was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. However, that damned guy actually has such an idea for the dragon race. You can't let him go. The dragon spirit still asked Yang Chen for help. As you said, if that dragon has a chance, we won't even need to do anything. Perhaps it will reap what it has sown. Yang Chen didn't directly agree to the dragon spirit's request. Instead, he transmitted this thought to it: if there's no chance, you can possess it. You can do the rest yourself. At most, I can tell you how to break free from that dragon entanglement grass vine. When he knew that Wang Dongzhu might want to capture the dragon, Yang Chen realized that this might be an opportunity for the dragon spirit, which was why it followed him like this. Yang Chen wasn't that despicable to kill and rob the dragon spirit. Everything was up to the dragon spirit. In Yang Chen's own words, he didn't want to be involved in this. Every cultivator had their own bottom line. They could kill and rob, they could do all sorts of evil, as long as they believed that they were not doing anything wrong and that it wouldn't affect their Dao heart. Other than revenge, Yang Chen didn't think of anything else. The things that the heavenly court immortals left behind for him were enough for Yang Chen's family to cultivate comfortably. There was no need for Yang Chen to do evil for these worldly possessions. Just like this incident, it might be an opportunity for the dragon spirit. Yang Chen promised to give the dragon spirit a chance to possess it. He was just fulfilling his promise. As for whether or not to possess it, that was the dragon spirit's own business. Yang Chen had done his part, the rest was not his concern. The dragon spirit also fell silent at this moment, quietly waiting for the situation to develop. Whatever Yang Chen saw, he would constantly inform the dragon spirit, allowing him to judge the situation in time. It took more than 10 days for the huge block of ice to melt. During these 10 days, the entire underground space had changed. Originally, it was covered in ice and white. Now, it had turned into the dark red of magma. It was as if it had turned into a world of flames in just a few days. The ice on the dragon's body finally disappeared completely. The frozen dragon let out a low roar, as if it was about to wake up. Chapter 1706. Wang Dongzhu's hands were very fast. In fact, when the ice was about 3 meters thick, the bracelet made of dragon entanglement grass had already wrapped around the dragon's neck. Once the ice completely melted, the dragon entanglement grass would completely wrap around the dragon's body. The dragon entanglement grass really lived up to its name. The moment it came into contact with the dragon's scales, it seemed to have been stimulated by something. It grew rapidly and countless thin thorns grew out of the vines and pierced into the dragon's scales. Even though the dragon's body was very hot, the dragon entanglement grass didn't affect it at all. The dragon's body, which was almost a few 100 meters long, was instantly wrapped by the dragon entanglement grass. At this moment, the dragon opened its mouth and let out a deep dragon roar that shook the entire underground space. The dragon's eyes seemed to be emitting light. The dragon only let out a dragon roar before it was firmly wrapped by the dragon entanglement grass. One end of the dragon entanglement grass was wrapped around Wang Dongzhu's wrist. This time, The dragon was completely bound by the dragon entanglement grass and seemed to have no chance of breaking free. Ha 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 ha. Wang Dongzhu looked at the red dragon that was firmly wrapped by the dragon entanglement grass and let out a burst of wild laughter. His ha 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 laughter echoed in the empty underground space. Finally, I did it. Wang Dongzhu's voice was extremely hysterical. There was a feeling of release and madness in it. It was very difficult to describe his current mood. Something's wrong. After listening to Yang Chen's description, the dragon spirit transmitted a thought to Yang Chen. A living dragon would definitely have a reaction to the dragon entanglement grass. The dragon entanglement grass was the nemesis of the dragon race. This was almost engraved in the dragon race's instincts. As long as a dragon was conscious, even if it was unconscious, its body would naturally react to the dragon entanglement grass. It shouldn't be in such a lifeless state. Yang Chen also realized that something was wrong. The huge dragon's eyes didn't emit a light of vitality. Instead, there was a kind of dispiritedness. Even the word absent-minded wasn't enough to describe the dragon in front of him. If it wasn't for the little bit of vitality in the dragon's body, Yang Chen would have suspected that it was the corpse of a dragon. Die. Before Yang Chen could figure out what had happened to the fire dragon, Wang Dongzhu had already shouted. The rock that Yang Chen was hiding in suddenly exploded. He had been discovered. Yang Chen's first reaction was to run the body refining technique to the extreme and firmly protect himself. Boom, boom, boom. Several dozen bolts of divine lightning exploded beside Yang Chen. The immense power directly blew the place where Yang Chen had just been hiding into dust. In fact, when Yang Chen first arrived here, he was already discovered by Wang Dongzhu. The array formation on the ground was not just an ice ceiling array formation. The person who controlled the eye of the array could easily discover outsiders in the surroundings. The array formation left behind by the Dragon Clan had an effect that ordinary people could not imagine. At that time, Wang Dongzhu was both shocked and afraid. He was shocked that someone had actually tracked him to this place without a sound. He was afraid that if someone sabotaged him when he unsealed the ice, all his efforts would be in vain. He didn't know who followed him and he didn't know the strength of the other party. He was very nervous. Only when the dragon entanglement grass came into full effect and completely wrapped around the fire dragon and everything was under his control did he feel overjoyed. Without thinking, he immediately launched an attack. Wang Dongzhu did not recognize Yang Chen's figure when it appeared. At this moment, Yang Chen's appearance and figure were still Liu Xiong's. Wang Dongzhu had no impression of this image at all. However, this did not prevent Wang Dongzhu from doing what he wanted to do next. A human immortal junior could be killed in minutes. What surprised Wang Dongzhu was that the dozens of divine lightning that he thought were foolproof actually had no effect after the explosion. The human immortal junior that he wanted to get rid of was actually standing there unscathed, without a single injury on his body. H, overestimating yourself. Die for me. Wang Dongzhu snorted coldly. The dragon entanglement grass in his hand moved. The huge dragon body seemed to have been completely controlled by Wang Dongzhu and flew towards Yang Chen. It opened its mouth and a raging flame easily engulfed Yang Chen. 3 times in a row, it was a heavy hand to kill Yang Chen. At this point, Yang Chen had no reason to be in the wrong and directly counterattacked. The huge body of the earth dragon suddenly appeared and wrapped around the fire dragon's body. Yang Chen, who was in the flame, disappeared. Even though Wang Dongzhu had been staring at this side, he did not know how Yang Chen disappeared. It was impossible for him to be incinerated by the flame. Wang Dongzhu also knew that this terrifying earth dragon that could wrap around the dragon and not be at a disadvantage was able to block even stronger flames. Although the fire dragon was powerful, it was a dying fire dragon. It could not be compared to when it was in its peak state. If it was a human immortal expert, it would be impossible to dodge the fire dragon's attack. Unfortunately, Wang Dongzhu encountered Yang Chen, a Grandmaster-level expert who played with fire. Even the dragon spirit, as a fire dragon, did not dare to say that it could compete with Yang Chen in playing with fire. It was impossible to deal with Yang Chen with just a single fire seed. Controlling the fire dragon had consumed at least half of Wang Dongzhu's attention. The other half was frantically searching for Yang Chen's whereabouts. If it was not for the array that had discovered Yang Chen from the beginning, Wang Dongzhu would not have been able to find Yang Chen's traces. Now that the array had been shut down, it was even more impossible for him to find Yang Chen. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Chen's voice sounded like the call of hell from behind Wang Dongzhu, causing him to break out in cold sweat. He wanted to control the fire dragon to continue to attack, but the power of the earth dragon was too great. It was completely unaffected by the dragon in tangled grass. Wang Dongzhu couldn't control the fire dragon even if he wanted to. He could only watch helplessly as a sword light flew past his neck, giving him a cold feeling. At this moment, Wang Dongzhu suddenly thought of Yang Chen's identity with the words "every debt has its owner." His mind was clear, but he couldn't say it in his mouth. He could only make a few sounds in his throat, then he fell to the ground and there was no sound. The dragon in tangled grass bracelet lost control, and the fire dragon could no longer make any movements. It crashed to the ground with the huge earth dragon. The two incomparably heavy bodies smashed a huge deep pit on the ground, and even the lines of the frozen array were completely smashed. It was almost impossible to recover without the master of the dragon clan. Old dragon, what is going on with this dragon? Yang Chen took out the profound spirit furnace and placed it on the huge nostril of the fire dragon. He controlled the dragon spirit to leave the profound spirit furnace and drill into the nostril of the fire dragon. Chapter 1707. What the dragon spirit couldn't see, Yang Chen had always told him what happened through his spiritual awareness. At this moment, there was such an opportunity. He no longer hesitated and went directly into the head of the dragon and began to check what happened to the dragon. Yang Chen put away the earth dragon and then took off the dragon entangled grass bracelet from Wang Dongzhu's body. Wang Dongzhu was dead and the spiritual awareness imprint dissipated immediately. Yang Chen easily took the bracelet as his own, then controlled the bracelet and let go of the huge body of the dragon. The dragon spirit entered the body of the dragon and the huge eyes of the dragon were closed. Yang Chen didn't know how long the dragon spirit would last. After searching Wang Dongzhu's body, he began to circle around the huge body of the dragon to see what happened to the dragon, so that it was frozen by its companion. After only half a circle, Yang Chen found that there were 4 terrifying wounds on the dragon's body. Judging from the wounds, the fire dragon had injured its internal organs. The same injury on a human cultivator would have already died. Even if the vitality of the dragon was strong, such an injury was enough to make the dragon dying. It was already a miracle that it was still alive. It was estimated that the fire dragon was seriously injured at that time and its companion couldn't save it, so it used the ice formation to seal the whole fire dragon, and when it was able to save it, the seal would be unlocked. But it was not clear what happened later, so that its companion didn't come back to unseal the treatment, but was frozen until now. The ice melted, and the blood on the wound of the dragon also melted into a liquid state. However, the dragon blood did not flow down, but hung around the wound, and from time to time, it would seep out of the body. For the time being, Yang Chen didn't dare to treat it. He didn't know how the dragon spirit was in the body of the dragon, for fear of disturbing it. However, the blood on the wound of the dragon couldn't be wasted, and there were no outsiders here. It just happened to benefit the Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword and a buy. The dragon race was the dragon race, even if it was a dying dragon, the blood was still the original cultivation level. The Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword absorbed part of it and Abai's body absorbed part of it. It seems that they have gained a certain degree of strength growth. According to Yang Chen's estimation, it would take at least 2 years for the Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword to be completely integrated and absorbed. After more than 4 hours, just when Yang Chen felt that the fire dragon would die if he didn't treat its wounds, the dragon finally opened its eyes again. "The injuries are too severe," the dragon said in a low voice. "The original dragon soul is already in tatters, and can't be restored. It seems I can take over another body. The wound needs to be treated first. Otherwise, this body will be completely dead before you can possess it." Yang Chen didn't say much and immediately gave his opinion. "If you can, please make your move." The dragon spirit did not argue with Yang Chen. He had just thoroughly checked the dragon's body condition and knew how serious the situation was. Such an injury, even the companions of the fire dragon had no way to treat it in time, and any other cultivator would have no ability to treat it. Even a 6th or 7th grade alchemist master who was more advanced than Yang Chen may not be able to treat such a terrifying wound. Fortunately, Yang Chen was not an ordinary alchemist master. Although Yang Chen only had the strength of a 5th grade alchemist master, Yang Chen had refined a batch of life-saving 5th grade merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pills. The life-saving elixir that cost Yang Chen a lot of merit points seemed to be used at this moment. The situation was urgent. Yang Chen was not verbose, and directly threw all the 5th grade merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pills in his hand into the mouth of the fire dragon. The elixir worked quickly, and after a while, the wounds on the fire dragon began to slowly scab and close, and it was no longer bleeding. Even a fool could see that the injury had been greatly improved. However, the body of the fire dragon was too huge, hundreds of miles long. Just the dragon's body alone was dozens of miles thick. A few dozen 5th grade spirit Ganoderma mushroom jade pills, even if they were pills that contained a lot of merit points, could not heal the fire dragon completely. Even so, the fire dragon had completely escaped from the dangerous state of life and death, and there was enough time for the dragon spirit to take over. The dragon spirit did not waste time. After feeling that the body of the fire dragon had completely absorbed the elixir, it greeted Yang Chen and began the process of taking over. Yang Chen did not disturb it, and waited quietly. This was just the beginning. There were many things that needed to be said clearly after the dragon spirit took over. The body of the fire dragon began to shake irregularly, and from time to time, it would slap the ground with a loud bang. The whole process of taking over the body lasted for almost a month, and the shaking of the fire dragon's body slowly stopped. When the dragon eyes opened again, Yang Chen could already find a familiar feeling from the light of the dragon eyes. The huge body of the fire dragon began to shrink slowly, and after a while, it shrank to a length of several feet. "Sorry, I'm not used to controlling the body." There was a familiar voice in the mouth of the dragon, which was the one that the dragon spirit had been communicating with Yang Chen. At the same time, the slender dragon body was constantly twisting, as if the dragon spirit was moving its hands and feet. "I think I have fulfilled my promise." Yang Chen sat in the same place and said with a smile facing the fire dragon. "Yes, you have fulfilled your promise." The fire dragon stopped twisting and said. The agreement between Yang Chen and the dragon spirit that year was that the dragon spirit would temporarily serve as the spirit of Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace, and when there was a suitable body, it would help the dragon spirit to take over. In these years, the profound spirit furnace had completely restored the strength of the dragon spirit, and Yang Chen had found the body of this fire dragon. At this point, Yang Chen's promise was completely completed. "Between us, we should not be enemies, right?" Yang Chen smiled and asked a seemingly unintentional sentence. "We are not enemies." After a moment of silence, the fire dragon responded, and it seemed that it was also the conclusion that was given after a struggle in its mind. The dragon spirit was actually a little unwilling in its heart. As a dignified dragon, it actually condescended to become a small spirit, even if Yang Chen's original intention was for his own good, but the arrogant self-esteem would also make the dragon spirit feel uncomfortable. If it wasn't Yang Chen, it would be replaced by someone else, or the fire dragon would spit out a flame to kill the other party now. The shameful thing of being a spirit must never be known, even if Yang Chen was his life-saving benefactor. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was different from others. Now the injury of the fire dragon still needed the help of Yang Chen, and the fire dragon alone was powerless. Another important reason was that Yang Chen had a magic weapon made of dragon grass, which was now the nemesis of the fire dragon. Chapter 1708. The dragon spirit had a body, and it was naturally completely different from the situation of living in the profound spirit furnace before, and the relationship between the two sides would definitely change a little. The arrogant dragon would definitely try to eliminate the things that he had lost face. Yang Chen had long understood this, but he had never said anything before and still fulfilled his promise. Yang Chen's trump card was not only the dragon grass bracelet. You must know that the remaining part of the entire dragon grass was in Yang Chen's hands, and it had been completely integrated and absorbed by our Bai. If it was used, It would not only be the power of the dragon grass bracelet. I hope you can agree to a few conditions. The fire dragon was silent for a while and took the initiative to speak. What conditions? Yang Chen asked. You can't reveal to anyone that I have been your tool spirit. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, the first condition that the fire dragon put forward was not to disclose that it had been a tool spirit. The dragon race was arrogant and must not have any humiliation. Relatively speaking, some of the descendants of the dragon race did not care so much, such as Xiao Tian, such as Long Xian. They had no pressure to become Yang Chen's monster pet and servant. Yes. Yang Chen knew the other party's reverse scale. This kind of condition that did not require Yang Chen to pay anything, he agreed to it very quickly. Do you promise? The fire dragon didn't seem to believe Yang Chen and asked. I swear by my heart demon, I will never disclose it. Yang Chen raised his hand and made a heart demon oath. The heart demon oath was more effective than any guarantee. When Yang Chen swore, the fire dragon seemed to be relieved and immediately became happy, and its speech became more casual. The life source fire seed of this body is the purple young dragon fire, a 9th grade fire seed. After the fire dragon's possession, it also had some understanding of the original body situation. You don't have this kind of fire seed yet. I will use the purple young dragon fire to exchange for your spirit-devouring dragon fire. How about it? The original life source fire seed of the dragon spirit was the spirit-devouring dragon fire. Now the fire dragon had a body, but there was no original fire seed, so it could only ask for help from Yang Chen. Fortunately, this fire dragon also had its own life fire seed, so it could be used to exchange. For the dragon spirit, the life fire seed that its body controlled was the purple young dragon fire, while the life fire seed that its soul controlled was the spirit-devouring dragon fire. Being able to control both types of fire seeds would greatly benefit the fire dragon's recovery in the future. Even if he had to use the grade 9 purple sun dragon fire to exchange for the grade 7 spirit-devouring dragon fire, he would be willing. No problem. This kind of good thing, of course, Yang Chen had no reason to refuse, immediately agreed. And Yang Chen was also very straightforward. He directly separated a wisp of spirit-devouring dragon fire from the profound spirit furnace and held it on the palm of his hand, waiting for the fire dragon to come and exchange. As long as Yang Chen promised not to reveal Huolong's embarrassing past, Huolong wouldn't have any enmity with Yang Chen. On the contrary, Huolong was very grateful to Yang Chen for saving its life. Seeing this, without saying anything, it came forward and swallowed the fire seed in Yang Chen's hand. Then it opened its mouth and a wisp of purple fire seed fell on Yang Chen's hand. With 2 conditions in a row, both sides cooperated well, and everyone's cooperative relationship seemed to be a little closer. It's just that the fire dragon still maintained this dragon form and had no idea of transforming into a human form. Yang Chen understood that the dragon clan was a proud race and would never think that the human form was worth changing. They would maintain the dragon form most of the time and would not change. The injury on my body is a little better now. Although it is not fatal, I believe that with your eyesight, you must know how serious it is. The fire dragon began to make its third request. I know you have the ability. Can you refine a batch of suitable medicinal pills to cure my injury? What do you use to exchange? Yang Chen did not directly agree, nor did he refuse, but asked a question. To completely treat the injuries on the fire dragon's body, the 5th grade merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill was definitely not enough. Perhaps the 6th grade merit Ganoderma mushroom pill would be effective. However, with the current relationship between Yang Chen and the fire dragon, why should Yang Chen spend his own merit to treat his injuries? Without enough benefits, Yang Chen would never agree. Friendship was friendship, business was business. Moreover, Yang Chen was also very clear that the fire dragon once wanted to kill himself to completely eliminate the hidden dangers, and he could not easily agree. Your current profound spirit furnace is still missing a spirit. The fire dragon seemed to have been prepared and immediately replied, I will give you an absolutely suitable spirit, and you help me heal, how about it? A suitable spirit? Yang Chen's interest was suddenly raised and he looked at the fire dragon curiously. As soon as the dragon spirit was seized, the profound spirit furnace would have no spirit, which meant that the profound spirit furnace might not be as strong as before. In addition to the weaker medicinal effect, the refined medicinal pills would not have the previous iconic dragon-shaped pill mark. This was something that couldn't be helped. Without the dragon spirit as a spirit, there would be no dragon-shaped pill mark, only ordinary pill mark. If it wasn't to fulfill the promise to the dragon spirit, Yang Chen would not let the dragon spirit go. Now that the fire dragon mentioned the spirit, Yang Chen was of course very interested. You know, the reason why I seized is because this dragon spirit has been seriously damaged and cannot be restored. The fire dragon knew that Yang Chen would be interested, so he did not sell it and quickly said, "But the dragon spirit is not dead, it just has no consciousness, but the instinct to control the fire seed is still there. So, the original dragon spirit of this fire dragon is actually more suitable than you to be the spirit of the profound spirit furnace, right?" Yang Chen took over his words and said what he wanted to say next. The dragon spirit had a mind, so it was easy to control the fire, and it was also good to cooperate with Yang Chen in alchemy. But there were advantages and disadvantages. When alchemy, there were two leaders. Once the cooperation was not good, there would be problems immediately. And if the spirit was promoted in the future, it would also compete with the alchemist for the initiative. But a dragon spirit that had no consciousness and only left the instinct to control the fire had no such shortcomings at all. Although it lacked the ability to take the initiative in alchemy, it was completely under the control of Yang Chen. Because there was only one leader, relatively speaking, there would be no problems in the process of alchemy, and the effect of the refined medicine might be better. In particular, this spirit was also a dragon spirit, and the medicinal pills refined in the future would also have dragon-shaped pill marks, which would also save Yang Chen the trouble of explaining to the high-level members of the Profound Heaven sect in the future, killing two birds with one stone. It could be said that the dragon spirit was very clear about what kind of spirit Yang Chen needed now. This exchange condition was almost impossible for Yang Chen to refuse. Deal. Yang Chen did not think for a long time and happily agreed to this condition. It was definitely a cost-effective deal to exchange a few merit medicinal pills for a suitable spirit, and Yang Chen had no reason to refuse. As for the future relationship with the dragon spirit, that was a matter for the future, wasn't it? Chapter 1709. It seemed that there was no doubt about the quality of Yang Chen's alchemy. Even the highest level medicinal pill that Yang Chen had refined with the profound spirit furnace so far was only in the 6th grade. For such a huge fire dragon, the effect of a 6th grade medicinal pill was really limited. But the fire dragon believed it. It could only be said that after Yang Chen had refined several merit medicinal pills, the dragon spirit should also have a vague feeling. Unexpectedly, after Yang Chen said the deal, the fire dragon didn't say anything and spat out a ball of light wrapped in a dense purple gas from its mouth and immediately sent it to Yang Chen. Needless to say, this ball of light wrapped in a dense purple gas should be the original soul of this fire dragon. Yang Chen was very surprised. The fire dragon actually believed in him so much. It's not surprising, at least here with me, you have a good reputation. The fire dragon seemed to see through Yang Chen's doubts and replied directly. What he said was the truth. Yang Chen promised to take him in and even give him a chance to possess when the opportunity was right. Now, the dragon spirit has successfully possessed him and Yang Chen did not break his promise at all. In fact, Yang Chen could even let the dragon spirit stay in the profound spirit furnace for a longer time. After all, the dragon spirit did not know the outside situation, but Yang Chen did not do so. I need a period of time to integrate the dragon soul. After the integration is completed, I can refine medicinal pills for you. After listening to the explanation of the dragon spirit, Yang Chen was not polite at all and directly accepted the light group. You also know that after there is a real spirit, the effect of refining medicinal pills is the best. Yes. The fire dragon had no objection to this. He himself had been the spirit of the profound spirit furnace, so he knew the difference between the effect of refining medicinal pills with a spirit and without a spirit, and he completely agreed. In addition, there is a small request. The requirement of healing and replacing the spirit was passed, and then the dragon spirit put forward the next condition. What? Yang Chen was not impatient at all. Although the dragon spirit was raising conditions, Yang Chen would not lose out on any benefits. This was a win-win situation for both sides. There was no reason for young Chen not to listen. Destroy the dragon coiling grass and the magic treasure refined from the dragon coiling grass. When Huolong said this condition, he felt a little apprehensive. Even the owner of Blessing Gathering Pavilion knew the great benefits of capturing a living fire dragon, so there was no reason that young Chen did not know. Therefore, he was afraid that young Chen would go against him at this time. That's easy. Young Chen was much easier to talk to than Huolong had imagined. He directly asked, "What will you give me in exchange?" Huolong muttered to himself. In reality, apart from obtaining a body, he was completely broke. Even Huolong's dragon soul had been traded away. It was truly difficult for him to take out any benefits to exchange. Young Chen did not rush him. He quietly waited for Huolong to make up his mind. The dragon coiling grass was the natural enemy of the dragon clan. It was not surprising that Huolong wanted to destroy it. If it was not for the fact that Huolong did not have the strength to do so, he would have done it himself. The dragon coiling grass was in young Chen's hands. Huolong still needed to rely on himself to refine pills to heal. He did not dare to make a move, so he could only use this negotiating tone. How about 10 dragon scales? After thinking for a long time, Huolong said helplessly. He had nothing on him now. Other than this new body, he really could not take out anything else. What do I need your dragon scales for? I do not intend to refine the dragon clan's magic treasure. Young Chen shook his head. Moreover, do you think I lack the dragon clan's treasures? Huolong, who was filled with anticipation, choked on his words. Many people yearned for the treasures on a dragon's body, but young Chen actually did not care about them. However, when he thought about the treasures on young Chen's body, Huolong immediately became discouraged. Young Chen really did not lie. The treasures on him made people suspect that he had emptied out the dragon clan's treasury. Then what do you want? Huolong had no other choice. Young Chen did not want the treasures on him, and he could not take out anything good. He really did not know what would be able to move young Chen. One day in the future, you must help me unconditionally. Young Chen was not a sloppy person. Huolong's previous performance was not bad, so young Chen did not mind helping him out. Fine. Huolong was also straightforward. Now as long as young Chen could win and destroy the dragon entwining grass and the magic treasure, he was willing to pay any price. In addition, everything found here belongs to me, including the materials for the ice array. Young Chen was still not satisfied and added another condition. Deal. Huolong was now very indifferent to these worldly things. In the long years in the Lang Ya well, he was completely without a body. What was the point of having more things? Moreover, as long as his injuries were healed and his cultivation base soared, what couldn't he get in the future? This was just the place where the original body was preserved. What good things could be left behind? It was not bad to have a promise from a real dragon clan. At least young Chen felt that it was okay. Wasn't it just destroying the dragon entwining grass and the magic treasure refined by it? That was nothing. In other words, the dragon entwining grass bracelet was destroyed. The dragon entwining grass in the medicine garden had been absorbed by Ah Bai. It would be very easy for Ah Bai to make a dragon entwining grass. Since the two sides had agreed on the conditions, young Chen immediately began to act. The dragon entwining grass bracelet was taken out, and after letting the fire dragon confirm, he summoned Xiao Tian and cut the bracelet into several pieces with the immortal beheading blade. The fire dragon was not idle either. The dragon entwining grass bracelet that was broken into several pieces was spat out by him with purple young dragon fire. The raging flames wrapped the fragments of the bracelet and turned them into ashes in a short while. An ordinary medicine garden was taken out, and there was a complete dragon entwining grass inside. Ah Bai really lived up to young Chen's expectations and easily produced a dragon entwining grass. Compared to the hundreds of years of hard work in the past, it was many times faster. The fire dragon's spiritual awareness explored, and after confirming that there was a complete dragon entwining grass in the medicine garden, it directly destroyed the entire medicine garden. The dragon entwining grass also turned into a pile of dust with the collapse of the space of the medicine garden and no longer existed. Seeing that the only dragon entwining grass in the spiritual world completely disappeared, The fire dragon obviously showed a kind of relief. Yang Chen could understand his mood, his natural enemy was eliminated, he should be so relaxed. At this point, the fire dragon had no other requirements. Now he was just waiting for Yang Chen to refine the healing medicinal pill and the fire dragon to heal his injuries. Then the two sides would separate. Except for helping Yang Chen with one thing in the future, it was estimated that there would be no other intersection. The fire dragon was indeed tired. He had just succeeded in the possession and his injuries barely stopped worsening. In addition to negotiating with Yang Chen and wasting his energy to destroy the dragon entwining grass, the fire dragon couldn't wait to find a suitable place to recuperate. Chapter 17:10. For the sake of our previous cooperation, I will lend you a place to recuperate. Yang Chen looked at the posture of the fire dragon and could judge his current situation. He was very considerate and gave the fire dragon a comfort. Where is this? When he was in the corner of the dragon palace, the fire dragon suddenly noticed a familiar feeling, as if he had returned home. Except for the slight incompatibility of the attributes of the 5 elements, everything else made him so comfortable. A dragon palace. Yang Chen did not hide it from the fire dragon and said with a smile, I believe that you can have a good rest here. When I absorb the dragon soul, I will help you refine pills. During this time, you can take good care of yourself. At this point, the fire dragon was completely relieved. The suitable environment, coupled with the injury of his own body, made him unable to control the tiredness and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The fire dragon was not worried at all that Yang Chen would deal with him. As Yang Chen said, it was estimated that his skin, bones, and flesh were not as valuable as Yang Chen's dragon palace. After settling the fire dragon, Yang Chen could finally check this huge space boldly. The ice array in the lower layer had been crushed by the huge body weight of the fire dragon and the earth dragon. It did not take much effort for Yang Chen to collect the materials for the array. Strictly speaking, it did not take any effort. Yang Chen just let the earth dragon open his mouth and swallow the entire ground tens of feet thick into the abdomen, and then let him filter out some spiritual things and spit them out. It was only the time for a meal and Yang Chen did not even move his hand. It must be said that after having the earth dragon, it brought a lot of convenience to Yang Chen. In addition to having a strong bodyguard, there was also a prop that could let Yang Chen practice the yellow turban strongman body refining technique at any time. Coupled with the purified bottle medicine garden, Yang Chen could be said to be practicing the body refining technique all the time. As for what happened just now, it was just something that the earth dragon said casually. If there was a similar situation in the future, no one would be able to compete with the earth dragon's huge mouth that could swallow the earth. Seeing that there was nothing else here other than the huge magma lake, Yang Chen decided to leave. However, when his eyes swept across the magma lake, he couldn't help but have a thought. It was no coincidence that the fire dragon's body had been frozen here all this time. The magma lake should be a very suitable environment for the fire dragon to live in. If that was the case, there might be some unknown secrets under the magma lake. This place had been frozen for who knew how many years. If there were other living creatures under the magma lake, they should have been alarmed by now. However, there had been no movement until now, so it should not exist. This was a good opportunity for Yang Chen to go down and take a look. With a flash, Yang Chen appeared above the magma lake, and then plunged into the magma lake. The master of the yin-yang heaven burning fire, a mere magma lake is nothing. Entering the magma lake, Yang Chen discovered that this magma lake was not ordinary deep. However, this was also normal. Basically, if there was no other reason for the magma lake, it was not a problem to go straight to the ground. All the way down the magma lake, after exploring for 100 miles, Yang Chen did not find anything unusual. The surroundings had always been fiery red magma. The only change was the temperature of the magma. Here, the magma was already scorching hot. Fortunately, for Yang Chen, the Grandmaster of Fire, it was not unbearable. He did not feel any dragon aura in the magma lake, but Yang Chen was not discouraged. The fire dragon had been frozen outside. Even if there was an aura, after tens of thousands of years or even longer, it had dissipated without a trace. It was normal to have no aura, and it was troublesome to have an aura. Since he had already entered the magma lake, Yang Chen would not leave easily if he did not explore it carefully. This place was more than 10 million miles away from the mainland. He did not know if he would have the opportunity to come back next time. He would find everything at once, so as not to regret it in the future. As he continued to go down, he still found nothing, but the magma lake did not have a bottom. Yang Chen calculated the distance. After traveling for about 1,000 miles, his body suddenly fell into the air, and he fell into a fiery red space. At the moment when his body was empty, Yang Chen's heart already had an indescribable pleasure. His guess was right. There was indeed something strange in this magma lake. In the fiery red space, the first thing that came into Yang Chen's eyes was a huge palace, a fiery red palace. The ground was fiery red, the walls were fiery red, and even the roof was fiery red. However, red was red, but it was very layered, and people could distinguish the difference at a glance. Such a huge space was also thousands of miles in radius. That palace, or to be exact, the palace complex, occupied a territory of 50 miles. It did not look big. However, there was an aura in the palace that made people involuntarily bow down in worship. Yang Chen's figure almost directly landed in front of the palace complex from the air. Looking at this magnificent palace, Yang Chen could guess without asking that this must be the place where the fire dragon originally lived. Or it would be more appropriate to call it the Fire Dragon Palace. In the mortal world, Yang Chen had once collected the South Sea Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace's treasure house, but it was of the water attribute. Now, he could actually encounter a fire attribute dragon palace in the spiritual realm, which was really a delightful thing. Fortunately, the original dragon soul of the fire dragon had no consciousness, so even its memory was lost. Otherwise, the dragon spirit would definitely know. In the face of such a fire dragon palace, how could Yang Chen bear it? He just looked at it for a while, and wanted to enter. However, when he stepped at the door of the dragon palace, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, and he could not take a step forward. If the dragon palace could be easily entered, it would be too worthless. Yang Chen was not surprised at all. The owner of the dragon palace was not dead, and the remnant spiritual awareness imprint was still there. Naturally, he would not let strangers step in. At this time, Yang Chen wanted to thank the fire dragon again, which easily handed over the unconscious dragon soul to him. Taking out the light group wrapped in dense purple gas, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness passed into the light group, and then extended into the dragon palace through the light group. Regardless of whether the dragon soul had consciousness or not, after all, it was the owner of the fire dragon palace. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness naturally carried the smell of the dragon soul through the dragon soul. The door of the dragon palace was opened for Yang Chen in an instant, and it would no longer block the footsteps of Yang Chen. With the previous experience of collecting the South Sea Dragon Palace, Yang Chen only turned a few laps and found the control center hidden deep in the Dragon Palace. Standing in front of the control center, Yang Chen easily used the Dragon Soul to dispel the original spiritual awareness imprint in the control center, and then entered his own spiritual awareness imprint. Next, Xiao Tian was released. As soon as he saw his environment, Xiao Tian seemed to understand something and went straight to the control center of the Dragon Palace. Chapter 17:11. Yang Chen left a spiritual awareness imprint on the control center of the Fire Dragon Palace, just so that he could freely enter and exit the Fire Dragon Palace. It was far from being able to really control the Fire Dragon Palace. The reason why Yang Chen could easily find the control center was also because Yang Chen had seen the same thing before. When he was in the South China Sea Dragon Palace, Yang Chen had seen a neat hexagonal base, which was exactly the same as the hexagonal base of the South China Sea Dragon Palace, which was just right to place the Dragon Tower. Sure enough, Xiao Tian directly summoned the Dragon Tower and placed it on the base. With a flash of red light, the Dragon Tower seemed to grow on the base. Xiao Tian cheered and rushed into the Dragon Pagoda. Immediately afterward, the Dragon Tower began to flash, emitting a burst of light that was not dazzling. With the flash of the Dragon Tower, the base of the Fire Dragon Palace also began to flash with the same light, and then the flashing part began to spread a little bit with the Dragon Tower as the center, driving the entire Fire Dragon Palace to enter the flashing process. Yang Chen knew very well that this was the process of Xiao Tian using the Dragon Tower to fully control the Dragon Palace. It was very important, so he did not disturb it and sat quietly and waited. While waiting, Yang Chen began to touch the dragon's soul with his spiritual awareness and carried out a very detailed inspection. The first thing he had to confirm was whether the dragon soul had really lost all of its consciousness as the dragon spirit had said. This was very important. If the dragon soul was not in such a situation, but was tampered with by the dragon spirit, once this problem was picked up one day in the future, it would be a huge trouble. It may not be a big problem in the spiritual world, but in the immortal world, the dragon clan was not generally strong. In fact, in his heart, Yang Chen was still not at ease with the dragon spirit, although Yang Chen had been cooperating with the dragon spirit for a long time, and strictly speaking, Yang Chen was also a life-saving grace for the dragon spirit. Counting this opportunity of possession, it was a grace of rebirth. However, Yang Chen never knew the true original character of the dragon spirit, and it was impossible to talk about further understanding. Be it their previous cooperation or promises, they were all temporary measures that the dragon spirit had no choice but to make. This point could be seen from Yang Chen asking the dragon spirit if the two sides were enemies, and the dragon spirit hesitated. With Yang Chen's sensitivity to killing intent, how could he not feel the killing intent of the dragon spirit at that moment? Yang Chen was definitely inclined to cooperate with the dragon clan, so if he could not hurt the dragon clan, Chen was not willing to do it. At that moment, maybe the dragon spirit thought about its own situation, or maybe it felt that Yang Chen was a person who valued promises, so it put down its killing intent and began to cooperate. In Yang Chen's view, perhaps it was the pride of the dragon race that made the dragon spirit want to kill people at that moment to cover up the disgraceful experience of its body being destroyed and its tool spirit being bent. The fire dragon's injuries were so severe that it could be said to be incurable in the spiritual realm. Otherwise, the dragon spirit's original companion would not have frozen him like that. The dragon spirit could not have set up such an outstanding ice array with its own fire attribute. This meant that the dragon spirit had at least one other dragon clan friend. Once the dragon spirit found out about the dragon spirit, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, for the inspection of the dragon soul, Yang Chen checked it very thoroughly. Yang Chen could not tell if the dragon spirit had really lost its consciousness because of its serious injury, or if it had been tampered with by the dragon spirit. After all, the dragon spirit's original fire seed was the spirit-devouring dragon fire, which was extremely destructive to souls. It could also use other souls to strengthen itself, so he had to be careful. After checking, Yang Chen was finally sure that the dragon spirit did not have a single bit of consciousness. It seemed like it had not been attacked by the spirit-devouring dragon fire. Yang Chen was a master of playing with fire, so he was very sure of this. Yang Chen felt a lot more at ease. It seemed like he had been overly suspicious. Thinking about it, the dragon spirit has been in the hands of Yang Chen so far, he could not and did not dare to have any other thoughts. At most, there was a little pride as a dragon. This kind of small problem could be corrected as long as it was taught a few times. Yang Chen had full confidence in this. Since it was determined that the dragon spirit was already in such a state, Yang Chen no longer had psychological pressure and began to ponder how to integrate the dragon spirit into the profound spirit furnace. At this point, Yang Chen was also quite emotional. In his previous life, he had no opportunity to contact the high and mighty dragon clan. He didn't expect to have such an opportunity in this life. Life was really full of surprises. The flickering of the dragon tower has affected most of the fire dragon palace, which also means that Xiao Tian has been able to control most of the fire dragon palace. At this rate, it would take only a few days for Xiao Tian to completely control the fire dragon palace. But this was only the beginning. What Yang Chen wanted was another effect. In the past, when there was only one South Sea Dragon Palace, Yang Chen didn't think too much about it. It was already a great thing to have the Dragon Palace as his own palace, and he didn't dare to expect anything else. But now there was another Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Chen thought too much, and his ambition and desire were greater. Since there was the existence of the Fire Dragon Palace, then other attributes of the Dragon Palace must also exist. If he could get together a set of the 5 elements Dragon Palace, wouldn't it be more perfect? In particular, a dragon tower would completely control the 5 elements Dragon Palace. He believed that whether it was Yang Chen or his wives and concubines, or even his monster pet Xiao Tian, they would be very happy. After waiting patiently for more than 10 days, the Fire Dragon Palace was finally completely controlled by Xiao Tian, and everything was open to Yang Chen. Yang Chen stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall facing the square of the Fire Dragon Palace. He raised his head and carefully admired the Fire Dragon Palace that truly belonged to him. Then, he walked into the main hall with a satisfied smile. This Fire Dragon Palace was obviously the residence of the Fire Dragon. Although it had been vacant for tens of thousands of years, it was still different from the South Sea Dragon Palace that had been abandoned long ago. The various facilities inside were very complete. Apart from the huge size, everything else was in line with Yang Chen's requirements. For a magic weapon that could change at any time, the size was not a problem at all. As soon as Yang Chen thought of this, everything in front of him seemed to change according to Yang Chen's mind until the size was completely suitable for normal cultivators. Now, Yang Chen could slowly visit this Fire Dragon Palace with the mentality of a master, and at the same time, see what good things were left in the Dragon Palace. A Dragon Palace that was being used always had a lot more things than an abandoned Dragon Palace. Soon, Yang Chen saw something different. In collecting some good things, the Dragon Clan seemed to maintain their usual pride, and their vision was also surprisingly high. Chapter 1712. In a large palace, there were 4 treasure pavilions neatly placed. There were several items that were not very big on the shelves. There were gourds, bracelets, vases, and so on. There were a lot of patterns. Yang Chen casually estimated that there were dozens of these things. Picking up a vase and looking at it a little, Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Even a seemingly antique vase was carved from a whole piece of exquisite jade and refined by an expert. It was enough to ensure that flowers would not decay for thousands of years. However, refining such a vase just for flowers to not decay, Yang Chen was really speechless. With this material alone, it was not a problem to refine 2 earth flying swords or magic weapons, but the Fire Dragon Palace was actually just for flower arrangement. Of course, from another perspective, it could also explain the extravagance of the Dragon Clan. At this moment, there was a budding flower in the vase. The flower bud was slightly opened, and a refreshing fragrance wafted out. This flower has been here for many years, but it was still so fresh, making people sigh at the magic of the vase. Of course, the most amazing thing was that this flower had no roots at all, it was just inserted in the vase. Such an effect of making flowers bloom forever, what kind of effect would it have if it was used on medicinal materials? I am afraid that it would not be inferior to Yang Chen's medicine nourishing gourd. This was more valuable than refining 2 flying swords. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen directly put this exquisite jade vase in the medicine garden. This vase has a little magical effect, see how you can use it. With the 2 spirits, a Zhu and a Bai, Yang Chen basically didn't have to worry about the things in the medicine garden. They would naturally take care of it if you want it, you can refine and absorb it. A Zhu and a Bai both responded sweetly and then began to study the vase. There was such a benefit to having a spirit. Even when necessary, as long as there were enough materials, even the magic weapon could be upgraded by itself. On one of the shelves in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, there was a crimson stone. There seemed to be a faint mist curling around the stone. After Yang Chen put away the vase, the first thing he saw was this stone. He couldn't help but walk over and reach out to take it. As soon as his fingers came close to the faint smoke, Yang Chen felt a scorching heat on his hand. Since Yang Chen completed the refinement and fusion of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, there was basically nothing that could give Yang Chen such a feeling. This feeling alone was enough to make Yang Chen pleasantly surprised. The crimson red stone was scorching hot. Even the boiling lava outside was not as hot as this stone. When he held it in his hand, the stone seemed to have some elasticity, and it felt very delicate. There was a familiar aura emanating from it, but Yang Chen couldn't recall what it was. After a while, Yang Chen suddenly understood that the aura on this stone was clearly the smell of the fire dragon. This crimson stone, if it was not related to the fire dragon's body, then it must have been often played with by the fire dragon to leave such an aura that had not changed for tens of thousands of years or even longer. But now there was no aura of the fire dragon in the entire dragon palace. This strange stone still had it, but it was only played with. It was estimated that it would not have such an effect. If the elasticity on the stone was added, it would be even more telling. It was very likely that this was something from the fire dragon itself, similar to the existence of the dragon essence. Holding it in his hand, Yang Chen could feel the extremely pure fire attribute, and it was still the third fire attribute. This kind of good thing that could only be encountered but not sought was simply the best material that the heavens gave to Yang Chen to strengthen the bright ray sword. Without saying anything, the good things were first collected into the universe ring and sealed with a jade box, so that the aura would not continue to dissipate. Next, it was natural to look at the treasures here one by one. The gourd in a conspicuous position, Yang Chen thought at first that it was the same as his own medicine-nourishing gourd, used to hold medicine, but when he opened it, he found that it was not the case at all. As soon as the gourd was opened, a white gas came out of the mouth of the gourd, and at the same time, there was an aura that Yang Chen was very familiar with. This aura was exactly the same as the one that Yang Chen encountered in the South China Sea Dragon Palace. In an instant, Yang Chen determined what this white gas was. Dragon essence, a unique and precious aura that could greatly improve the efficiency of cultivation and the cultivation realm of the dragon clan. In the past, Yang Chen relied on the dragon essence to cultivate his three purities secret art to the fourth layer without splitting his spiritual awareness. It could be said that the dragon essence used in cultivation was already somewhat against the natural order. After confirming the dragon essence, Yang Chen quickly closed the lid of the gourd. What a joke! Once this kind of good thing is leaked, it will slowly dissipate. Isn't that a waste of natural resources? Although Yang Chen doesn't need the dragon essence to improve his cultivation now, his family and wives haven't used it yet. Of course, the first thing to think of was his own people. The bracelet looked very ordinary, and the mottled color on it showed that it had not been used for a long time, but Yang Chen was still very keen to see a trace of the original paste under these old colors. Obviously, this bracelet was often worn by the owner for a certain period of time. The feeling of picking it up was somewhat heavy. It could make Yang Chen, who had the strength to penetrate the earth realm, feel that it was somewhat heavy. This was not something that ordinary people could bear. Perhaps only creatures like the dragon, who was born with infinite strength, could use it. The bracelet was a storage bracelet, which was also a Qianquan bag, but it was made into a bracelet. For the time being, Yang Chen didn't see what material it was, but it was certain that this bracelet was a bit strong. Although it was just a bracelet, it was also a quite good weapon to hit people. There were a lot of things in the Qianquan bracelet. Yang Chen just scanned it with his divine sense and recognized most of the inventory. Basically, the things in this Qianquan bracelet were not particularly precious materials, and most of them could even be found in the warehouse of Blessing Gathering Building. Of course, the things in this Qianquan bracelet were only relative. Yang Chen didn't take a fancy to it, but it was also a wealth that could make most sect members crazy. Thinking about the net worth of Blessing Gathering Building, this bracelet could exceed it. However, even Yang Chen didn't take a fancy to it, let alone the fire dragon. It was no wonder that the Qianquan bracelet was placed here instead of carrying it with him. Except for the bracelet itself, which was somewhat special, the other things were not worthy of much attention from the fire dragon. Just as Yang Chen was about to look at the next thing, his divine sense suddenly swept a pile of red beads in the bracelet, which made his movements stagnate. As soon as he reached out, a fiery red pearl the size of an egg appeared in Yang Chen's hand. Holding it in his hand, Yang Chen couldn't help but frown and fell into deep thought. Chapter 17:13. These fiery red pearls looked round and smooth on the outside, and they were also very delicate to the touch. However, Yang Chen couldn't find any trace of spiritual power from this pearl, which was somewhat puzzling. You know, this was the spiritual world. Compared with the mortal world, the spiritual pressure was more than 100 times greater. In other words, under this spiritual pressure, not to mention spiritual objects, even the most ordinary soil and mountain rocks would naturally have spiritual power. In such an environment in the spiritual world, there would be a pearl without any spiritual power, which was obviously against common sense. This special situation could only show that this was an extremely rare thing. The pearl was just taken out for a while, and Yang Chen hadn't studied it yet. Suddenly, he found that this pearl began to absorb spiritual power. What was strange was that the spiritual power absorbed by the pearl was not the spiritual power inside the Dragon Palace, but outside the Dragon Palace. A stream of spiritual power, like substance, gathered from all directions unscrupulously and flowed directly to this pearl. The pearl, which was just round and delicate, suddenly became a little soft, as if there were signs of melting. Yang Chen also suddenly discovered that in such a short time, when his own spiritual awareness explored this bead, the feeling of the bead was slowly dissipating, as if after a while, this bead would disappear in a general way. A large amount of spiritual power gathered, coupled with the slowly dissipating pearl, made Yang Chen feel a little strange. He stared more closely at this softened pearl to see what kind of changes would happen. Yang Chen was not worried that the pearl would destroy the Dragon Palace. This was the Dragon Palace. It had been staying in the magma for tens of thousands of years. Not to mention a pearl that had just absorbed a little spiritual power, even a master like Yang Chen, who was a yellow turban strongman, would have to spend a lot of effort to destroy the Dragon Palace. Seeing that the pearl was getting softer and softer in his hand, and there were signs of turning into liquid, Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved, and he quickly left the Dragon Palace and went to the edge of the Dragon Palace and the magma. The surrounding spiritual power was still gathering towards the pool of liquid in Yang Chen's hand like a solid substance, and it changed its position as Yang Chen moved. Thinking that there were tens of thousands of fiery red pearls in the Cosmos bracelet, Yang Chen would not feel it a pity to waste this one in his hand. With a stretch of his hand, Yang Chen sent the red liquid out of the Dragon Palace and into the fiery lava outside. As soon as he entered the magma, Yang Chen could no longer feel the liquid. It was as if the liquid had become one with the magma. Not only could he not see it, but even Yang Chen's spiritual sense could not find any trace of it. It was as if the liquid had completely turned into magma. With the disappearance of the liquid, the spiritual power that had gathered in the surroundings also lost its target and slowly dissipated. After a while, it disappeared without a trace. From the beginning to the present, Yang Chen had been feeling the changes around him. Except for the liquid that would gather spiritual power in his hands at the beginning, there was no other change, which was very strange. If it could only absorb spiritual power and then melt into the magma, these things should not be collected by the fire dragon in large quantities. There must be some other use. While thinking, Yang Chen suddenly received a message from Xiao Tian. He immediately understood and returned to the Dragon Palace. The place where Yang Chen stood was the large square outside the palace gate of the Fire Dragon Palace. Because the floor was red and there was nothing unusual, Yang Chen did not pay attention to it at first. Now he discovered that there should be a map like the South China Sea Dragon Palace. The map of the South China Sea Dragon Palace was the water vein map. The one at the entrance of the Fire Dragon Palace was the fire vein map. On the red floor, there were some deeper red spots, which should be the fire veins. In the message that Xiao Tian sent to Yang Chen, there was a red dot on it. Soon Yang Chen guessed what the red pearl was for. The fire vein was not like the water vein. It must be in the water. As long as there was a sea map and a water network map, it could be clearly marked. Therefore, when encountering a fire vein, a pearl would be thrown in. After the pearl was integrated into the fire vein, it would be displayed on this fire vein map. At the same time, he could draw spiritual power from the fire vein map at any time. Looking at the red dots on the fire vein map, there were already hundreds of them. In other words, Yang Chen's Fire Dragon Palace could draw spiritual power from hundreds of fire veins at any time and anywhere to provide cultivation. Even if there was no spiritual vein in the place, there was no need to worry about the lack of spiritual power. Good stuff. Yang Chen was very satisfied. With this kind of good thing, Yang Chen only needed to find a few more suitable fire veins. This Fire Dragon Palace might not be worse than the South China Sea Dragon Palace, even if the South China Sea Dragon Palace was the residence of the Dragon King. With these gains, Yang Chen was not interested in the rest of the things for the time being. Anyway, they were all in his own home. When he wanted to come in and see, he could also have a kind of treasure hunting surprise. As for the Cosmos bracelet, Yang Chen did not hesitate to put it on his wrist, even if it looked a little awkward for a big man to wear a bracelet. The weight of the bracelet could also give Yang Chen an extra tool to practice his body refining technique on weekdays. When necessary, it could also be thrown out directly to hit people like a pure bottle medicine garden. It was a very sharp weapon. Xiao Tian had basically completely controlled the Fire Dragon Palace, and Yang Chen could take the Fire Dragon Palace away at any time. However, this place was located in the depths of the fire vein thousands of miles underground, and the location was remote. Except for Wang Dongzhu, this kind of insider, almost no one patronized this place. It was a quiet and safe place. Some things seemed to be more convenient to do here. For example, refining healing medicinal pills for the fire dragon. With the entanglement with the fire dragon, Yang Chen hoped to solve it quickly without exposing it. If he took the fire dragon back to Chunyang Palace, it would be suspected by others. With the character of the dragon spirit, after tens of thousands of years of repression, Yang Chen did not believe that he would be a low-key dragon. At that time, it would not be a good thing for Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace to make trouble. Chunyang Palace had a hard time to win 1,000 years of quiet development. Yang Chen did not want to be destroyed by this guy who was excited after the successful possession. He simply refined the medicinal pills here and completed the transaction. As for the future, he would talk about it later. Doing what he said, Yang Chen immediately found a suitable room in the Dragon Palace, took out the profound spirit furnace and began to refine. With the current level of Yang Chen's alchemy, the 6th-grade merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill was definitely not a problem. However, before starting the alchemy, Yang Chen still needed to do another preparation, that was to collect the original dragon soul into the profound spirit furnace as a tool spirit. Chapter 1714. If you only count Yang Chen's personal ability, with his current human immortal 4th-grade cultivation base, refining the 6th-grade medicinal pill was still a bit difficult, especially in the refining process. With the control of the merit chapter, it could be said that it was completely impossible. If you want to refine the 6th-grade medicinal pill, the profound spirit furnace must have a spirit. The dragon spirit has been seized and the dragon soul is the first choice. Yang Chen has determined that there is no problem with the dragon soul, so at this time, it is necessary to refine and collect the dragon soul. The shining dragon soul was controlled by Yang Chen with his spiritual awareness and sent to the furnace cavity of the profound spirit furnace and began to enter the inside of the profound spirit furnace little by little. When the dragon spirit began to be a spirit, because the dragon spirit was voluntary, the process of integration was very simple. Now the dragon soul has lost all consciousness. Although there is no resistance, it does not know how to cooperate. All the work needs to be controlled by Yang Chen personally. Relatively speaking, this process is a little longer. Fortunately, the dragon soul itself is also a fire attribute, and it has a natural closeness to its own life source fire seed. Yang Chen simply first collected the purple sun dragon fire from the fire dragon into the profound spirit furnace, and then attracted it to the inside of the profound spirit furnace by the instinctive closeness of the dragon soul. After entering the inside of the profound spirit furnace, it was easy to say. Yang Chen's heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art were definitely the most powerful refining methods that could be heard in the spiritual world so far. Counting the maintenance effect of the universe treasure raising secret art on the magic weapon, the dragon soul quickly adapted to the profound spirit furnace and acted as a spirit without resistance. Even so, this trip took a full 2 years. The re-refined profound spirit furnace showed an extraordinary spirituality, even better than when the dragon spirit acted as a spirit. Even if the dragon spirit was willing, under the premise of Yang Chen's promise, it only regarded the profound spirit furnace as a temporary body from beginning to end, and it never really had the kind of undying thoughts like a Zhu and a Bai. Therefore, at that time, even if there was a spirit, it was just a pseudo-spirit. But now the dragon soul was completely different. Without active consciousness, everything was completely under the control of Yang Chen and was completely integrated into the profound spirit furnace. This was the difference between the two, which was reflected in the appearance of the profound spirit furnace, which was better than the previous profound spirit furnace. Since he had just joined the new artifact spirit, Yang Chen certainly wouldn't directly refine the 6th revolution merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill. Instead, He first refined a few relatively ordinary pills to practice his skills. 4th and 5th grade questioning inner heart pills, marrow accumulating pills. Yang Chen refined hundreds of them in succession to adapt to the brand new tool spirit. Although there was no active consciousness and it would not actively cooperate with Yang Chen's refining according to Yang Chen's mind, but everything was completely under the control of Yang Chen. He spent a little more of Yang Chen's thoughts, but the refining process was more reassuring, there was more controllability, and the refined medicinal pills were also more in line with Yang Chen's mind. Compared with the time when the dragon spirit acted as a tool spirit, Yang Chen's refining time was relatively longer, but the quality of the medicinal pills was also relatively improved by 10%. Strictly speaking, Yang Chen seemed to be more satisfied with the current profound spirit furnace. In particular, the dragon pattern on the refined medicinal pills was more and more small and clear. As long as Yang Chen's previous and current medicinal pills were compared, the improvement of Yang Chen's alchemy level was simply clear at a glance. When Yang Chen was thoroughly familiar with the new profound spirit furnace and planned to start refining the 6th revolution merit medicinal pills, it was already 10 years later. The difficulty of the Ganoderma mushroom jade pill was not a problem at all for Yang Chen. Even with the merit chapter, it was not difficult. The new profound spirit furnace was more handy, and the 6th revolution merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill only took less than 5 years to complete. The body of the fire dragon was huge, and Yang Chen had to refine dozens of spare ones. Even if the fire dragon couldn't use that much, Yang Chen would leave some for the people around him, which was also a life-saving medicine in case of an emergency. However, dozens of Ganoderma mushroom jade pill also cost Yang Chen at least billions of merits, with an average of 100 million each. If the ordinary guys in the immortal world heavenly court knew that Yang Chen was abusing his merits like this, he didn't know if they would be stimulated to spit out a mouthful of old blood. They worked hard to accumulate a little merit, and it was estimated that half of their lives would not contain as much as Yang Chen's medicinal pills. In the Water Dragon Palace, the Fire Dragon was sent to the Fire Dragon Palace after a few years. If Yang Chen hadn't treated him in advance last time, it was estimated that he wouldn't have been able to persist until now. Fortunately, the Water Dragon Palace was full of spiritual power. Even if it was not completely fire attribute spiritual power, it was a dragon palace after all, and it was enough to give the fire dragon a good environment to recuperate. In addition, the fire dragon had been sleeping, so the injury would not worsen. Now that there was the Fire Dragon Palace, Yang Chen of course moved him to the Fire Dragon Palace early. This kind of environment was the most suitable for the fire dragon to recuperate. With the current injury of the fire dragon, if there was no help from Yang Chen's medicinal pills, as long as it slept here for thousands of years, the fire dragon could also recover. After a big yawn, the fire dragon's eyes opened again. The huge dragon mouth opened at a creepy angle when it yawned, as if it could swallow the entire dragon palace in one gulp. The medicinal pills you need. Yang Chen patiently waited for the fire dragon to wake up completely, and then threw a small jade bottle. Over the years, the fire dragon was not just sleeping. After the dragon spirit possession, there was always some separation between the spirit and the flesh. During this period of sleep, it could be regarded as a complete integration with the flesh. Even if he didn't do anything, just sleeping like this was also an excellent means to promote the integration of the two. As soon as the fire dragon woke up, he realized that the place he was in was not right, but Yang Chen's medicinal pills were thrown over, he couldn't care about anything else. At this time, it was still important to heal his injuries, and other things would be discussed later. As soon as the jade bottle was opened, 3 round medicinal pills were poured out. The 6 clear dragon patterns on it clearly indicated the level of the medicinal pills. The dragon spirit had been the profound spirit furnace's artifact spirit and knew Yang Chen's alchemy level, so it was not surprised. After determining the type of medicinal pills, the dragon spirit swallowed it without saying anything. To be honest, the difference between the 3 long and sized medicinal pills and the current body of the fire dragon was too big, even if the fire dragon had shrunk a lot. Yang Chen himself didn't know if the 3 medicinal pills could completely cure the fire dragon, but he couldn't take out the medicinal pills in his hands at once. He had to try it little by little to know. After taking the medicinal pills, the fire dragon began to refine the medicinal power. The environment of the Fire Dragon Palace was the most suitable for the cultivation of the fire dragon. The huge wound on its body recovered a little again, but it soon stopped. This scene was very obvious. The 3 medicinal pills were far from enough for the huge body of the fire dragon. Yang Chen could only shake his head and throw another 6. Chapter 17:15. With the agreement in place, the fire dragon was not polite at all and opened his mouth to eat. He also saw that he had paid an extremely high price for these medicinal pills. The place he was in was obviously a dragon palace. There was no need to ask, this was the place where his body originally lived. And this dragon palace must be not far from the freezing formation, but the agreement with Yang Chen was that everything over there belonged to Yang Chen. According to the agreement, this dragon palace was now owned by Yang Chen. Unfortunately, because the dragon soul had lost all consciousness and even lost its memory, the dragon spirit did not get anything useful from the dragon soul. Otherwise, he would never be willing to give this dragon palace to Yang Chen. There was no place to eat regret medicine, the only thing left was to find ways to restore himself to the best state. Having served as the spirit of the profound spirit furnace and refining a lot of medicinal pills, the dragon spirit knew Yang Chen's alchemy strength better than anyone else. If he didn't extort a few more medicinal pills from Yang Chen now, there would never be such a good opportunity in the future. Kill Yang Chen? For the time being, the dragon spirit hadn't thought about it. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he vaguely perceived danger from Yang Chen. The original soul of this body had already left. When he took over this body, he also had a mysterious premonition. The dragon spirit was almost certain that as long as he made a move, the one who would die would definitely not be Yang Chen. It had to be said that the dragon spirit's intuition saved his life and let him escape. Yang Chen not only had the supreme mystic immortal level master earth dragon, but also Bai, who was integrated with the dragon in twining grass. Counting the killing intent of the immortal beheading stage and the yellow turban body refining arcane power realm, if they really fought, the chances of the fire dragon winning could be said to be almost negligible. The current situation was very good, at least it was a situation where everyone was happy. Having lost his physical body for tens of thousands of years, the dragon spirit had also come to terms with it. From a spirit body that was on the verge of dissipating to possessing the physical body of a fire dragon, he had already ascended to the heavens in a single step. Those things were just external possessions. As long as he was still around, nothing would be a problem. It had to be said that Yang Chen had put in a lot of effort this time. With a total of 96 revolution merit pills and 900 million merit points, the huge wound on the fire dragon's body was finally completely healed. However, in exchange for a fire dragon palace and the treasures inside, it was not a loss at all. On the other hand, Huolong's side didn't suffer any losses either. With the injuries on his body, if it weren't for Yang Chen's help, it could be said that he would have died if he had left the freezing array. On top of that, Yang Chen's 9 merit pills had saved him thousands of years of dormancy and recovery. Although the dragon race had long lifespans, and they might not care about a few thousand years, with these few thousand years, he would be able to cultivate even stronger. On top of that, the most important thing was that the merit pills did not only heal external and internal injuries. The dragon spirit had taken over a body. No matter what, his soul and body were not completely compatible. Even after sleeping for decades, there was still a sense of alienation. With the 9 merit pills, the alienation between the soul and body was completely eliminated, and they completely fused into one. In other words, now the dragon spirit was Huolong, and Huolong was dragon spirit. There was no difference. Just this alone was enough to save Huolong hundreds of years of time. All the benefits added up, and he only had to pay for an unknown dragon palace. It was simply too worth it. It was just a dragon palace. At best, it was just an abode magic treasure refined by Huolong. As long as his strength recovered, it would take at most 100 years to refine a brand new abode. Huolong was very clear about which was more important. It could be said that in this transaction, both sides felt that they had gotten the better end of the deal. Both sides were really happy. Naturally, the atmosphere was much more harmonious. I have yet to ask for your name. Yang Chen looked at Huolong, who had already shrunk to a few dozen feet, and asked warmly. Huolong had the pride of the dragon race. Until now, he still had the body of a dragon and had not turned into a human. When he heard Yang Chen's question, he was stunned. Only then did he realize that he had not given Yang Chen his name from the start. This was a very normal thing. When he was in his spiritual body state, he was in a precarious situation. Thus, the dragon spirit had not thought of telling Yang Chen his name. When he was acting as the artifact spirit, he felt that it was an insult to his identity as a dragon race. Thus, he did not say it. Now that he had a body, Yang Chen asking for his name showed that he was being very respectful to him. Aolai. This was the first time the dragon spirit had said his name to an outsider. Perhaps it was because he had not called himself for a long time, so he felt a little awkward. The dragon spirit's surname was Ao, which surprised Yang Chen. Ao was the surname of the royal family of the dragon race. Yang Chen did not expect this fellow, who had fallen so far that he did not even have a body, to be a royal. Congratulations. Yang Chen clasped his hands and congratulated him. However, he did not say much, nor did he explain what he was congratulating him for. But after congratulating him, he added, "Senior, you will have to work hard in the future." Ao Lai, however, understood what Yang Chen meant. With a physical body, he naturally became a certain dragon king that dominated the world in the past. Yang Chen's congratulation was not without reason. Now that the injuries of his physical body had completely healed, his spirit and body had become one, and Ao Lai's cultivation had also recovered to its peak. Late Heaven Immortal, an expert who was about to enter the peak of Heaven Immortal, could be said to be only a few steps away from ascending. However, to Ao Lai, the road ahead was still very difficult. One must know that even when the dragon spirit's body was at its strongest, it was only at the human immortal level. In the mortal world, it was an unreachable great expert, but in the spiritual realm, it was nothing. Ao Lai was still stuck at the human immortal stage in terms of cultivation feeling, state of mind and so on. Perhaps he had experienced the near-death experience of seizing a body, which gave him more insights than other cultivators, but it was impossible for him to jump from human immortal stage to late-stage heaven immortal stage in one step. To unify one's cultivation and state of mind was definitely not an easy task. Perhaps in the next few hundred years, Ao Lai would have to go through arduous training. When Yang Chen said that it would be hard for him, it was not a lie at all. But no matter what, with the actual cultivation of Heaven Immortal, Ao Lai had already saved at least a few thousand years of cultivation time. In addition to the healing and cultivation, the time saved was enough to be calculated in tens of thousands of years. Many thanks. Ao Lai was a man of few words, but it was rare for him to squeeze out 2 words. The dragon race would rarely express their gratitude to cultivators who were not part of the dragon race. It was probably the first time for Ao Lai. "I have a question that I am very curious about." After a short conversation between the two, Ao Lai suddenly asked, "With your knowledge, you should understand the benefits of having a living dragon, so why did you let me go so easily?" Chapter 17:16. This had always been something the dragon spirit was curious about, but he wasn't too wary of Yang Chen. After all, when he was in the dragon spirit, Yang Chen could easily kill him. Yang Chen didn't kill him back then, so he probably wouldn't take the initiative to do it now. A pure dragon spirit was one thing, and a complete dragon body was another. Ao Lai didn't believe that Yang Chen didn't know the benefits of a complete dragon body, so he still didn't understand Yang Chen's plan. "You know that I'm knowledgeable." Yang Chen replied with a smile, "Then you should be able to understand that getting a complete dragon body and getting the friendship of the entire dragon clan are completely different concepts. I can't represent the entire dragon clan." Ao Lai was not arrogant at all on this. He was very clear about how much weight he could have. He was just a dragon king in the mortal world. Even if he was a royal family, he was just a junior among the juniors. Yang Chen said this, "It was a bit too high. But this is a good start after all, isn't it?" Yang Chen was open-minded. Nothing could be achieved overnight. As long as there was a good start, there would be a wonderful result in the future. "Are you sure you won't regret it?" Ao Lai agreed with Yang Chen's far-sighted vision, but he didn't know why, but he still asked such a question. After asking this question, Ao Lai realized that it was a bit risky, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. In fact, how much worse do you think the things I have are compared to your unrefined body? Yang Chen took out the golden bell and the dragon pagoda as he spoke. Seeing the golden bell, Ao Lai's eyes immediately widened, and he almost didn't want to look away. However, after seeing the dragon pagoda, his eyes widened even more, and he didn't hide the fact that he couldn't wait to get his hands on it. Looking at it, he kept weighing whether he should snatch it or not. After a long time, Ao Lai finally let out a long sigh and gave up on this dangerous idea. The reason why Ao Lai said it was dangerous was because he suddenly had a very bad premonition when that thought appeared in his mind. It seemed that as soon as he made a move, he might lose the body he had just obtained. This time, it was not as simple as losing his body. It was very likely that he would lose his life as well. He had to admit that this extra premonition would definitely be a life-saving asset in the future. After forcibly suppressing his desire for the dragon pagoda, Ao Lai had to admit that the number of Dragon Clan magic treasures Yang Chen had really surpassed him, a heaven immortal expert. 2 dragon palaces, a golden bell and a dragon pagoda. Apart from that, Ao Lai could also vaguely sense the strong qi of the dragon race from the purifying bottle herb garden on Yang Chen's body. Adding all these together, he, a mere late heaven immortal fire dragon, couldn't compare with it. What's more, under certain circumstances, he had also sensed the scent of the Dragon Clan magic treasures on Yang Chen's women. Now Ao Lai could be completely sure that Yang Chen really had no interest in his body, from the beginning to the present, and even in the distant future, it was estimated that there would be no such thing. Who had ever seen a rich man coveting a few pennies on a beggar? Poor Ao Lai really didn't want to admit it, but the fact was in front of him. He was a dignified royal family of the dragon race, a late heaven immortal expert, but in front of a worldly immortal junior like Yang Chen, he was really not much better than a beggar. As a proud member of the Dragon Clan, he had no choice but to lower his proud head in the face of such a monstrous and outrageous fellow. What good way do I have in this situation? Now that he knew that Yang Chen really didn't have any greed for him, Ao Lai also thought it through. Anyway, Yang Chen was also clear about his own situation, so he might as well ask him for advice. To be honest, Ao Lai really hadn't encountered this kind of situation where his state of mind and cultivation were not in line with each other. There had never been such a problem in the cultivation of the dragon race. The dragon race was a unique race. As long as they cultivated step by step, they could become the strongest. They never had to take risks. Ao Lai's situation was really special to the extreme. Ao Lai didn't know what to do, but he believed that Yang Chen must have a way. For no reason, it was still his intuition. This kind of situation happened to a disciple of my Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen didn't refuse at all, and directly answered, because of the injury, this disciple's cultivation fell from the nascent soul realm to the foundation establishment realm, but after eating the Millennium Pill, his cultivation improved greatly. He directly triggered the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the spiritual realm. Yang Chen was talking about his own disciple, Mu Bo's grandfather, Mu Mingyuan. He, who had ascended hundreds of years ago, had completely made up for the lack of state of mind and became an official disciple of Chunyang Palace. Now, he was in Chunyang Palace. His experience was a bit similar to Ao Lai's. They were both typical examples of high cultivation but low state of mind. To use a visual metaphor to describe it, Ao Lai was now a child wielding a giant axe. The giant axe's lethality was amazing, but the child was stumbling while controlling it. If he wanted to go further, he had to solve this problem. How did he do it? Ao Lai was very anxious, and immediately asked for advice. He had wasted tens of thousands of years, or even longer. He didn't want to waste any more time. What are you going to exchange for it? Ao Lai was anxious, but Yang Chen wasn't anxious at all. Instead, he began to bargain. What do you want? Ao Lai was not surprised at all. If Yang Chen really told him the method unconditionally, Ao Lai would be a little worried. Now that he had stated the conditions, Ao Lai was also relieved. In this way, Ao Lai could use the things he wanted in exchange with peace of mind. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll owe you. Just do me a favor in the future. Yang Chen couldn't think of any conditions at the moment, but he didn't want to let go of a favor from the royal family of the dragon race, so he could only let him owe him. Okay. In this regard, Ao Lai didn't care. Everyone was a cultivator. There wouldn't be too much controversy about how big the favor was. For such a thing, if Yang Chen was smart, he wouldn't ask for an excessive price. Anyway, with such a favor, everyone could feel at ease. I'll give you dozens of 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pills. Yang Chen was very generous when he won over the masters. The 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill was not stingy at all. Take one every 10 years. That's it. I don't need to go out and find a master to fight. Ao Lai was a little surprised. Could it be that taking a few questioning inner heart pills could solve the problem? In your current situation, it doesn't make sense to find a master to fight. Yang Chen shook his head and then said, you don't have a place to live now, right? Spend a few hundred years and refine a brand new dragon palace. Sometimes, daily life is the best way to cultivate. Chapter 17:17. According to Ao Lai's plan, finding a master to fight should be the best way to familiarize and improve his strength, but Yang Chen didn't think so. It was still the same truth. The child wielded the big axe and had poor control. When fighting with a master, he always had to do his best. It seemed that he had enhanced the control of the big axe, but in fact, every time he used his full strength, he couldn't achieve the best effect. On the contrary, if he were to carry a big axe in his daily life, regardless of whether he was doing light or heavy work, he would have to balance his judgment at all times and strive to achieve the realm of lifting something heavy as if it were light. He would have to exert more strength when he needed to, and conserve energy when he needed to. The ordinary way of nature was the best way to coordinate. This was the same principle as braking in a new car. It was not necessary to drive to the extreme speed when braking in, but to achieve the best running-in effect in normal driving. The questioning inner heart pill only made Ao Lai more awake and more aware in this process. It was not necessary, but with the help of the questioning inner heart pill, it could shorten these times. For Ao Lai, he could strive for a few years in advance. He had not cultivated well for tens of thousands of years and he was going to rust. After Yang Chen's patient explanation, Ao Lai finally completely agreed with Yang Chen's method and no longer suspected that Yang Chen was lying to him. Then, Ao Lai had a little regret. If he knew that it was just a leisurely life and then build a dragon palace for himself, he shouldn't have agreed to that condition. But looking back, if it weren't for Yang Chen's guidance, Ao Lai might really go to find a master to learn from. According to Yang Chen, there was no need to ask to know that the consequences were serious and it would even delay his own cultivation. Thinking about it this way, Ao Lai's mood was a lot calmer and no longer so unbalanced. At this point, Yang Chen had completely fulfilled his promise to Ao Lai. Not only that, but Ao Lai also owed Yang Chen a favor. The relationship between the two sides had also become harmonious, and they were no longer as wary of each other as they were at the beginning. Counting the time, Yang Chen had been out for decades and it was time to go back. Ao Lai, on the other hand, planned to stay here and familiarize himself with the place for a period of time. Then, he would look for materials according to Yang Chen's method to build a brand new dragon palace for himself. The environment here was very suitable for Ao Lai. Otherwise, the original fire dragon would not have lived here. The two sides parted very amicably. Yang Chen summoned the shuttle and embarked on the way home. The moment the shuttle appeared, Ao Lai couldn't help but stare at it. Then, he let out a long sigh and shook his head. He returned to his huge body and dove into the magma. Including alchemy, it would take more than 20 years. Although cultivators did not feel the passage of time, Yang Chen really missed the sect and his wives and concubines. The flying shuttle traveled at its maximum speed through the ice sea, rushing in the direction of the resentful parting sea without a care. Yang Chen, who was eager to return home, did not encounter any trouble along the way. The extremely fast shuttle allowed him to not care about the super-strong demon beasts underwater or anything else. Under the water, there was nothing that could catch up with the speed of the shuttle. All the way until he met Long Xian at the hated parting sea, there were no accidents. Long Xian's life was very comfortable now. He crawled on a huge sky immortal grade spirit meridian all day, carrying the merit stele that recorded a huge amount of merit points on his back. Even if he did not cultivate, his cultivation base was still rising. Long Xian did not slack off. Instead, he cultivated even more diligently. He was about to break through the 6th level of Earth Immortal and enter the 7th level. When Yang Chen passed by, he saw that Long Xian's cultivation base was rising. He added some merit points to the merit stele on his back, causing the merit stele on Long Xian's back to be at the limit of the recorded merit points. Just this alone made the merit stele a high-quality item that was comparable to a 5th-level magic treasure for Long Xian. As for Long Xian, Yang Chen already had an inseparable connection with him through the merit stele. Therefore, Yang Chen's current clone did not hide anything from Long Xian. When he first saw Yang Chen's appearance, Long Xian almost attacked. Fortunately, the connection between the two of them made him feel familiar, which was why he did not attack. The Hatred Parting Sea was just along the way. Yang Chen had intended to take a look at Jing Hu when he had the time. It was said that Fatty Jing's life was very comfortable now. Every day, there would be a few skilled chefs satisfying his appetite. His figure was getting rounder and rounder. There was even a period of time where he spent most of his time outside looking for suitable ingredients for himself. However, his current appearance was that of Liu Xiong. Therefore, Yang Chen did not appear in front of Jing Hu. Finally, he stepped into Chunyang Palace. Liu Xiong's appearance did not attract anyone's attention. An unknown little fella returned to the sect obediently. He entered his own courtyard not far from Master Yang and began his secluded cultivation. Thereafter, Yang Chen's figure appeared in his own courtyard. He could already sense two extremely familiar auras. Master and senior sister were both here. Yang Chen could not help but smile. The Dragon Palace opened up silently, replacing the original courtyard. Then, Yang Chen saw two beautiful figures appear in front of him. Jiao Yu and Gong Sunling both had smiles on their faces. Their beautiful eyes were filled with joy and expectation as they looked at Yang Chen quietly. Without thinking much, Yang Chen took a few steps forward and held the two girls in his arms. He had not seen the two girls for many years. He really missed them. Being held by Yang Chen, the two women also had the same feeling of ecstasy, staying obediently, without any struggle. After hugging for a while, Yang Chen let go of the two girls and took a good look at their beautiful faces. After that, it was naturally another round of sexual intercourse. The dragon and phoenix cried out in harmony. Jiao Yu and Gong Sunling also went on a long journey this time. Not only did they go around the entire Hatred Parting Sea, but they also went around the surrounding tens of millions of miles. With the protection of Elder Bug's doppelganger, and the two girls' own strength, they basically got through the situation without any danger. When the two girls suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the Dragon Palace they were in, they had already been intimate with Yang Chen for a while and were lying next to Yang Chen. The first one to notice was Gong Sunling. She had the earth spiritual root, so she quickly realized that the nature of the spirit power was wrong. Jiao Yu had the dual attributes of water and fire, so she did not notice the addition of the Fire Dragon Palace. In the end, it was still the reunion with her husband that diluted all their vigilance. With their husband by their side, the two girls seemed to never have to worry about anything. They just needed to enjoy their husband's care. "Husband, where did you find this?" Gong Sunling was completely surprised. Her husband went out without saying a word, and came back with another dragon palace. "Is there any trouble?" Jiao Yu was more concerned about the thing behind the dragon palace, so she asked worriedly. Next to her, Gong Sunling immediately looked over with the same worry in her eyes. Chapter 17-18. No problem at all, it's a life-saving grace. Yang Chen knew Jiao Yu's worries, for fear that the two women would have more misunderstandings, and quickly dispelled their concerns. As soon as they heard that Yang Chen used his life to exchange for the other party's dragon palace, the two women immediately breathed a sigh of relief and no longer worried about anything. After the passion, the lazy body seemed to suddenly have strength, pulling Yang Chen up and letting him take them to visit the new dragon palace. Yang Chen's dragon palace was their new home in the future. The two women visited with great interest. Even the good things in the treasure house that Yang Chen had not had time to see, The two women themselves turned over happily. From time to time they found some good things, causing a burst of laughter like silver bells. The laughter of his wives reached Yang Chen's ears. There was an unspeakable sense of satisfaction. The only drawback was that several other wives and concubines were not there, otherwise, they would enjoy this kind of simple happiness together. That would be the most perfect happiness. Yang Chen was thinking about another problem. The Water Dragon Palace had a hexagonal control center, and the Fire Dragon Palace also had one, and it could be controlled by the Dragon Tower. He didn't know what this Dragon Tower was, why all the dragons had to leave such an identical control center when they built the Dragon Palace. The next time he met Ao Lai, he would have to ask him in detail. However, there was a problem that could be dealt with immediately. Since the control centers of the two dragon palaces were exactly the same, why not merge them into one? Xiao Tian, discuss something. Yang Chen's heart moved. Xiao Tian came out of the dragon tower and appeared in front of Yang Chen, twisting his body and looking up at Yang Chen. The relationship between Yang Chen and Xiao Tian was not just that of a master and a pet, at least Yang Chen thought so. Therefore, as long as he didn't fight, Yang Chen didn't care what Xiao Tian did. Even sometimes when Xiao Tian needed something, Yang Chen would try to satisfy it as much as possible. Now that Yang Chen wants Xiao Tian to contribute, it is not a command tone, but a discussion tone. Can you refine the control center of the two dragon palaces together and control both dragon palaces at the same time? Yang Chen asked in a gentle tone. Xiao Tian's eyes were very puzzled, as if asking why he was doing this. Yang Chen immediately understood the meaning of this gaze. Because I still have a little ambition. Yang Chen smiled and explained, in the past, when there was only one dragon palace, it was not a big deal. But now that there are two dragon palaces, and they are both fire and water attributes, I have to think a little more. Who knows, I might be able to collect all the 5 elements dragon palaces in the future. This was indeed Yang Chen's ambition that was born not long ago. When it came to a dragon palace, it had no choice but to use whatever was available. Now that he had 2 dragon palaces, he had many ideas. For cultivation, of course, the more suitable the spiritual power, the better. Whether it was Yang Chen or Yang Chen's wives and concubines, it seemed that they all needed the spiritual power of the 5 elements. Now there were only 2 elements of water and fire, which was not complete enough. After Xiao Tian's long body twisted in place for a while, his eyes lit up. Obviously, he also understood what benefits it would bring if the 5 elements dragon palaces were gathered, and he began to nod very happily. Subsequently, Xiao Tian's body disappeared and rushed straight into the dragon tower. With the figure of Xiao Tian, Yang Chen's eyes also fell on the dragon tower, and he was stunned for a while. He didn't know when, but the dragon tower had also changed slightly. On the tall dragon tower, there were some red lines, which looked very beautiful. Yang Chen could be sure that there were absolutely no such lines on the dragon tower in the past. The only explanation was that after coming into contact with the Fire Dragon Palace or controlling the Fire Dragon Palace, there were more things. What changes were in the Dragon Tower, Yang Chen couldn't see it now. Xiao Tian regarded the Dragon Tower as his own property. Not to mention seeing what was inside, even a peek seemed impossible. Xiao Tian's guard was very strict. What was certain was that there must have been some changes in it, otherwise, Xiao Tian would not be so happy to agree to such a coolie. It must be known that refining 2 dragon palaces into one was not so easy. The time and energy required was by no means imaginable by ordinary refining magic weapons. With Xiao Tian's character of entangling the immortal beheading blade or cultivating mysteriously in the dragon tower, it was absolutely beneficial to make him agree. Even Yang Chen could guess 1 or 2. It was very likely that the cultivation method left by the Dragon Clan had increased a lot, or the effect of cultivation in the Dragon Tower was better. The final result should not be separated from these 2 guesses. In any case, Xiao Tian promised Yang Chen that he would try his best to combine the 2 control centers into one. As for the Dragon Palace itself, there was no need to merge, as long as they were side by side. Now the 2 dragon palaces could be handled in such a simple way. If there were other dragon palaces in the future, it was estimated that they would have to be arranged in a ring and the control centers would be distributed in the center of the ring to solve the problem. However, that was also good. When the 5 Elements Dragon Palace was complete, it would be arranged in the order of the 5 elements, and the family would live according to their respective attributes. It would definitely not be worse than the Lingxiao Treasure Palace. The reunion with the 2 women was still short. The current cultivation realm of the 2 women was not worse than that of Yang Chen. It had only been less than 200 years since he ascended. The ordinary cultivators were still tolerant of the newcomers in the spiritual world at this stage. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this time to gain more experience. Yang Chen had already thought of a place for the 2 women to gain experience. Yang Chen already had 5 ancient zithers of the Zhao family in his hands. Yang Chen rescued Old Chong, Old Hai, and the Earth Dragon. He personally visited 3 places and there were still 2 left. Needless to say, those 2 places must have 2 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Experts sealed. Now, Yang Chen only needed to refine difficult elixirs to solve the problem of the spiritual sense. Naturally, he did not need to have a Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Expert in his hands. Since the 2 women needed experience, wouldn't it be better to let them break the seal separately? In the process of breaking the seal, firstly, he would temper his spiritual sense, and secondly, he would have a Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Expert as his protector. He also achieved the goal of gaining experience. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Such a good thing. If he did not give it to his wife, who should he give it to? Now, Yang Chen hated the Zhao family. Why did they only have 9 zithers? Otherwise, how beautiful would it be if each of his wives and concubines had a Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Expert by their side? Don't you plan to leave one for Shanshan and Xiaoxue? After listening to Yang Chen's story, Gao Yugong Sunling did not have any intention of taking advantage of him. Instead, she planned to leave one for Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. Chapter 17-19. Relatively speaking, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling still preferred Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. Although they were a family and didn't talk so much, there were still some differences between them. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue were all wives, and they got married together. Naturally, they had some estrangement with Shi Wushuang, Dao Junqi, and the Murong sisters. If there were good things, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling would first think of Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. Of course, if there were a lot of them, Gao Yu didn't mind sharing some with Dao Junqi and the others. However, it was obvious that Supreme Mystic Immortal Experts were not so easy to mass produce. Shanshan, Xiaoxue, and Junqi are now well taken care of by their respective sect, so there's no need to worry too much about their safety for the time being. Yang Chen wasn't as biased as Gao Yu. Although he definitely put Gao Yu first in his heart, he still had to consider the balance of his wives and concubines. You 2 go first. There may be similar opportunities, but I can't guarantee it now. If I find a chance in the future, I'll give it to Shanshan and Xiaoxue. There were a total of 9 zithers, and Yang Chen only had 5 in his hands. There were still 4 zithers left. Others didn't know the mystery of them, so Yang Chen had a good chance to get them. But I can't bear to leave now. Although Gong Sunling had always been relatively gentle, she didn't hesitate to show her longing for her husband at this moment. She curled up in Yang Chen's arms and said softly. On the other side, although Gao Yu didn't answer, she also squeezed her delicate body into Yang Chen's arms. Of course I won't leave now. I still have something for you to use. Yang Chen smiled and hugged his 2 wives tighter. At this time, was there anything better than everyone's heart-to-heart? What exactly is it? After Yang Chen and the 2 women were passionate again, Gao Yu covered her breasts and asked curiously. This is a good item that can speed up your cultivation. Yang Chen had already taken out the gourd he had obtained from the Fire Dragon Palace. The gourd contained dragon essence, so it couldn't be casually opened by anyone. Losing even a little bit of dragon essence would cause a great deal of heartache. Therefore, the gourd had always been with Yang Chen. Generally speaking, anything that could increase one's cultivation speed wasn't a good thing. The biggest taboo in cultivation was to be impatient for quick results. In the mortal world, the great calamity of demonic arts was a very clear counterexample. More haste, less speed. Many cultivators understood this principle. The faster one cultivated, the better. However, what did Yang Chen mean by taking out this thing? Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were a little confused, but one thing was certain: Yang Chen would never harm them. Under the guidance of Yang Chen, the two women sat cross-legged, put on the most comfortable cultivation posture, and began to cultivate. Yang Chen just asked them to practice all the main cultivation methods. The two women did not disobey and directly began to cultivate according to Yang Chen's instructions. While the two women closed their eyes to meditate, Yang Chen had already opened the mouth of the gourd and controlled the escaping dragon essence to be divided into two strands, which drilled into the nostrils of the two women. The two women had been cultivating and didn't notice this. Gao Yu felt that the cultivation this time was very smooth. She first cultivated the ninth water true secret art. In the past, when she cultivated, she always felt a little stiff. On this point, Gao Yu had discussed with Yang Chen why, and Yang Chen also gave the answer. It was because the spiritual pressure difference between the mortal world and the spiritual world was still not fully adapted. But this time, the cultivation did not have the usual stiff feeling, it was surprisingly smooth. The original place that was always awkward completely disappeared this time. When the ninth water true secret art was cultivated, it was soft and smooth, almost directly entered another realm. This was also the case. Unknowingly, the ninth water true essence had surpassed the realm of the third grade human immortal and entered the fourth grade human immortal, and even more. It rose all the way to the fifth grade human immortal, and then it stopped. Gao Yu didn't think about anything else, and then began to cultivate the 10th water true secret art. Just like the feeling of the 9th water true secret art, the 10th water true essence advanced by leaps and bounds and rushed into the 5th grade human immortal. At this point, Gao Yu's water attribute true essence had all been promoted to the 5th grade human immortal. The next fire attribute true essence, there was no accident, the cultivation was abnormally smooth. After cultivating all the cultivation methods once, Gao Yu was already a complete expert of the 5th stage of the human immortal stage. Not only spiritual power, but also spiritual awareness. Gao Yu's 8th grade Earth immortal spiritual awareness had exceeded her own spiritual power cultivation too much, it was extremely difficult to improve. But in this cultivation, she rushed all the way to the 1st grade of the heaven immortal. Gao Yu was like this, and Gong Sunling was no exception. The 5th Earth True Essence and 6th Earth True Essence both broke through to the 5th grade human immortal, and her spiritual awareness cultivation also rushed to the 1st grade of the heaven immortal. It was only a few days before and after, but just these few days of cultivation saved Gao Yu and Gong Sunling at least hundreds of years of cultivation. Another great thing was that the two women, with the help of the dragon essence this time, completely got rid of the spiritual power barrier between the mortal world and the spiritual world. There would no longer be a situation where they could not adapt to the spiritual power of the spiritual world, and their future cultivation would be smooth. At this point, even the current Yang Chen did not do it, and he was still working hard to break through the 100 million circulations that Big Brother Li Cheng said. The effect of the dragon essence could only be used once, and Yang Chen had already enjoyed it once in the mortal world. At this time, he could only watch his wife break through, and he was still in the same place. After the two women completely woke up from the deep level of meditation, they checked their situation a little and were immediately surprised. The effect of this cultivation was beyond the expectations of the two women, it could be said to be an unexpected surprise. Of course, the two women did not forget to ask Yang Chen what it was that could make them improve their realm so much, and Yang Chen did not hide it and said the answer. Dragon Essence. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were surprised when they heard the name. After Yang Chen finished talking about the effect of this legendary thing, the two women completely did not know how to evaluate their own husband. Not only did he discover the Dragon Palace, he even found such a precious thing. This was not something that could be simply described as good luck. To put it bluntly, this was simply good luck against the heavens. They did not know if this would cause the jealousy of heaven and earth. The dragon essence in Yang Chen's hand seemed to have been consumed a lot, but looking at the amount in the gourd, he could let all his wives and concubines enjoy it once, and there was still some left. Maybe when the time came, he would have to let the head of the palace and several elders try it. What the current Chunyang Palace urgently needed was to improve the cultivation of the core disciples. In the reluctance to part, after 2 months with Yang Chen, Gaoyu and Gong Sunling still embarked on the road to solve the problem. Chapter 1720. Watching the two women leave, Yang Chen collected his mood and officially announced his exit. The head of the palace and the others had already known that he had returned, but they knew that he was with his wife and did not disturb him. Now that Yang Chen announced his exit, some things in the sect were also found. After the head of the palace told Yang Chen about the development of the sect over the years, he quickly entered the main topic. Someone came to ask for alchemy. Yang Chen was not surprised at all. If no one asked for alchemy, it would be puzzling. Is there an expert who needs this disciple to come forward? Others are easy to say, the sect can handle it. But there is one who is a bit special. The head of the palace slowly said, "She has been waiting for you here for 4 or 5 years. She said that your sworn brother Li Cheng directed her to find you. It is estimated that you have to see it in person." The person introduced by brother Li Cheng, no matter who it was, Yang Chen had to come forward. Fortunately, Yang Chen had always been using the excuse of retreat for alchemy. Otherwise, it would be a bit disrespectful to neglect the distinguished guest for 4 or 5 years. Since the other party could find himself under the guidance of Li Cheng, Yang Chen did not say anything and immediately went to the guest room to visit. Yang Chen believed that not everyone was worthy of Li Cheng's guidance to come here. The person who could make brother Li open his mouth must be an extremely important person. The head of the palace had already met him once. At this time, he would no longer come forward, but Yang Chen would completely deal with it. This disciple of his own family, no matter what he did, he could make people feel very relieved. "I am Yang Chen, I have been retreating for alchemy these days. I did not know that the distinguished guest would come, I really neglected the distinguished guest." Entering the guest room, Yang Chen saw the other party, and without saying anything, he first expressed his apology. The other party waited for him for 4 or 5 years, and it was reasonable to be polite. "It's okay." An extremely hoarse and unpleasant voice seemed to be squeezed out from the other party's throat, like 2 rough and uneven slabs of stone rubbing against each other, making anyone who heard it feel abnormally uncomfortable. "This old one has been presumptuous, please forgive me, Grandmaster Yang." The guest in the guest room was dressed in a black robe. Not only did it cover his entire figure, even his face was covered by a thick black veil, revealing only his eyes. From the little bit of wrinkled skin that was exposed, the other party seemed to be quite old. Coupled with the fact that he called himself old, it made people think that he was a doddering old man at first glance. The voice was 10 times more unpleasant than a broken gong, and people could vaguely tell that it was a woman. But no matter how unpleasant her voice was, and how old her figure and skin looked, she didn't conceal her strength at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm at all. So, Yang Chen was able to determine her cultivation level in an instant. Seeing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. The other party's situation was very surprising to Yang Chen. He took a few more glances and immediately frowned. "I wonder if this distinguished guest..." Before Yang Chen could finish asking, the old woman in black had already said, "This old one's surname is Ju." It had to be said that the voice of this old woman surnamed Ju really challenged the limit of what people could bear. It was just a few sentences, adding up to less than 20 words, but each word made people involuntarily feel irritated from the bottom of their hearts. Even Yang Chen felt a little uncomfortable. "Senior Ju's wonderful way of sound has reached perfection. I admire you very much," Yang Chen said with a cupped fist salute. This was sincere admiration, without the slightest bit of pretense. Don't look at how unpleasant Grandma Ju's voice was, it might make Yang Chen, a master of the 2nd grade of Heaven Immortal, feel so sad. It was by no means an ordinary cultivation base. This Grandma Ju definitely had an extraordinary cultivation base in sound attacks. Usually, when she spoke, she also habitually carried a flavor of cultivation in her words. As for the voice that made people uncomfortable, perhaps it was because of her character that she didn't like to let others get close to her. No wonder Mr. Li asked this old one to come to Grandmaster Yang. "It's really extraordinary." Grandma Ju spoke again, although her voice was still so unpleasant to hear, but there was no longer that irritating feeling, This old one's voice is naturally unpleasant to hear. It's not intentional to be rude to Grandmaster. I dare not. Young Chen's etiquette was very thorough, and he said to Grandma Ju, I wonder what Senior Ju's instructions are for you this time? Senior is a friend of elder brother Li. As long as I can do it, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Grandma Ju's eyes had been staring at young Chen since he entered the door, and it seemed that she was also observing him. Hearing young Chen say this, for no reason, Grandma Ju's eyes flashed a complicated and incomprehensible light, which flashed away. This old one heard that the appearance pill refined by Grandmaster has an outstanding effect, so I specially came to ask for the pill. Grandma Ju didn't stand on ceremony with young Chen, and she directly stated her purpose of coming. It was understandable that as long as it was a woman, after hearing that young Chen had the appearance pill that could restore one's youth, there was no woman who wouldn't be tempted. Grandma Ju asked for the appearance pill as soon as she came up, which was not strange at all. Since it's Senior's order, I will obey it. Young Chen turned his hand casually, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He held it with both hands and respectfully handed it over. There was a burst of joy in Grandma Ju's eyes, and she almost snatched the jade bottle. When she opened it, there were 5 clear dragon patterns. It was the 5th turn appearance pill that she had been dreaming of. Grandma Ju seemed to have seen the moment when her appearance was restored, and she couldn't help trembling with excitement. But young Chen's voice pulled Grandma Ju, who was rejoicing, back to him. Looking at Grandma Ju's puzzled eyes, young Chen still braced himself to say what he wanted to say. Please forgive me for my rudeness. In my estimation, this appearance pill may not be of much help to Senior. What do you mean? Grandma Ju's voice suddenly added a burst of oppressive power, and the gaze in her eyes suddenly became sharp. This pill is fake? Without waiting for young Chen to answer, Grandma Ju also realized how ridiculous this question was. How could the pill that young Chen gave her face to face and respectfully be fake? Senior's trouble should not be a problem of natural aging. Young Chen stared at Grandma Ju's eyes, or to be exact, he stared at the skin near Grandma Ju's eyes, and said in a normal tone. When Grandma Ju heard this, she suddenly fell into silence. Even if she didn't say a word at the moment, young Chen could feel the disappointment from the bottom of his heart. Since elder brother Li pointed you here, it must be elder brother Li who asked me to help Senior solve your trouble. Young Chen said calmly, if it is convenient for Senior, maybe I can help a little. Young Chen's words immediately pulled Grandma Ju, who had been completely disappointed, from hell to heaven. Grandma Ju, who was extremely surprised, suddenly raised her head, and her eyes were shining. She asked in surprise, You have a way. Chapter 1721. I am. As soon as young Chen said such a sentence, he was rudely interrupted by Grandma Ju. Her hoarse voice sounded impatiently, Don't call me Senior. Can you make it simple? Okay. Young Chen didn't expect that Grandma Ju would have such a big reaction because of such a simple question as a title, but he was also a calm person and immediately agreed. To be honest, if he was so genteel every time, he would feel uncomfortable. I need to study your situation carefully. Young Chen changed the way he addressed each other. He didn't know why, but with such a change, it seemed that even Grandma Ju's unpleasant voice sounded much better. What kind of research is needed? Grandma Ju was very concerned about her own question. She looked at young Chen as if she was going to force him to make a move. I don't know, if it is convenient for you, let me see your face. When young Chen spoke, he was a little hesitant, for fear of making Grandma Ju unhappy. But he was afraid that Grandma Ju would misunderstand, so he immediately explained, it's just a little bit. I really can't judge the specific problem. As he spoke, young Chen also gestured with his hand the exposed part of Grandma Ju's eyes. It seemed a little clumsy, which made Grandma Ju's eyes couldn't help but show a smile. But this smile only disappeared in an instant, and immediately the anxious eyes were restored. To let people solve the problem, you must let people know how serious the problem is, so that you can prescribe the right medicine. In fact, young Chen's so-called request was not excessive at all. However, Grandma Ju was a little hesitant at this time. She pinched the corner of the veil with one hand and hesitated. Young Chen could see clearly that Grandma Ju's hand was also wearing black gloves, hiding her skin without revealing it at all. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen did not urge, but just waited quietly. To tell the truth, at the first sight of Grandma Ju, he felt that her old skin was different from the normal old skin. But as for the specifics, Yang Chen still had no way to see it at once. It would be too rude to use divine sense to probe face to face, so he had to wait for Grandma Ju to make a decision. Grandma Ju was still hesitating. She didn't know what Grandma Ju was thinking, but if she didn't let Yang Chen see it at this time, it seemed that she was hiding her illness for fear of treatment. But Yang Chen couldn't force her. Up to now, Yang Chen still didn't know what the relationship between Grandma Ju and brother Li Cheng was. Why would she instruct her to come to him for medical treatment? Must I see it? After hesitating for a long time, Grandma Ju finally uttered such a question with great difficulty. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she had not completely let go of some kind of persistence. Yang Chen didn't even need to answer this question. Just looking at her without saying anything was enough to express his meaning. If it was anyone else seeking medical treatment, who could guarantee that the treatment would be effective if they did not let the doctor observe carefully? Even if Yang Chen had great abilities, it was impossible to treat the disease without knowing the cause of the disease, right? After struggling in her heart for a long time, Grandma Ju finally made up her mind. In front of Yang Chen, she closed her eyes and suddenly dropped the black veil covering her face. What kind of face was that? Yang Chen swore that even if he had the memories of his previous life and this life, he still hadn't seen such a ferocious face. Even the most ferocious guys who were proud of being covered with scars, their faces were not so frightening. 2 eyes, one high, one low, one big, one small, not even distributed in a horizontal line. No wonder when Yang Chen looked at her eyes at the beginning, he felt that Grandma Ju's head was crooked. The eyebrows above the eyes were the ugliest eyebrows that Yang Chen had ever seen. One was black, the other was yellow. The height of the 2 sides was not the same, and the length was not the same. It was as awkward as it could be. The nose was not a nose. It clearly looked like 2 holes of different sizes, and there was some ugly thick juice flowing on it. The mouth was very exaggerated and crooked to one side. The 2 lips could not close, revealing a few yellow and black uneven teeth. The skin on the face was also unbearable. It was covered with scars, potholes, and some small bumps were distributed with white spots. No matter how you looked at it, it was very uncomfortable. The only normal place, perhaps, was the skin around the eyes, which was still normal in color and had normal wrinkles. It could be understood why Grandma Ju covered her face with a veil and only showed a little skin around the eyes. Except for this small area, it could be said that there was no place to look at this face. When Yang Chen looked at Grandma Ju's face a little unscrupulously, Grandma Ju's eyes had begun to have a burst of accumulated anger. When Yang Chen carefully saw the huge bump on her chin, Grandma Ju finally broke out. "Have you seen enough?" The loud and unpleasant voice mixed with a nauseating smell directly resounded through the whole room, and even the people outside were alarmed. The noise, comparable to the noise made by the dullest saw sawing a stone, ruthlessly ravaged Yang Chen's ears. "Is it very ugly? You see it. Are you satisfied?" Like a roar, Grandma Ju's anger, which had been suppressed for a long time, broke out completely. The furniture in the guest room was broken with her roar and turned into piles of powder. "I am so ugly. I am so horrible. Are you satisfied?" Grandma Ju's voice raged wildly. "You must want to vomit in your heart. You must still be very happy and laughing. You must have a great sense of accomplishment, right? You have seen the ugliest face in the world, haven't you?" There was no change of expression on Yang Chen's face, even if Grandma Ju's voice had an invincible destructive power, and the surrounding walls began to turn into powder. If it were not for the protection of the tactical matrix outside, it would have been completely destroyed. Even so, the protective tactical matrix of the guest room of Chunyang Palace had been a little shaky. It was not until Grandma Ju's roar lowered and most of the violence in her eyes dissipated that Yang Chen slowly said, "Brother Li Cheng directed you to come to me because he believed that I could help you." It seemed that Yang Chen's words had a magical power, and Grandma Ju's mania slowly subsided. "I have already understood your situation. To be honest, even if the external performance is ugly, Some essence will never change. Yang Chen's words were more and more calming. No matter how ugly the body is, it can't hide the beauty inside. Miss. Chapter 1722. When Yang Chen said the last two words Miss, Grandma Ju's body was obviously shocked. Grandma Ju had never heard anyone call her that in her life. For a long time, Grandma Ju had been called an ugly monster and a monster. The people around her had seen her face, but no one would treat her as a normal cultivator. What was even more excessive was that even some cultivators of the monster race were treated better than Grandma Ju. After all, it was natural for the monster race to be ugly, and Grandma Ju was a human. This also led to Grandma Ju's lifetime of depression, and when the depression reached the extreme, it was paranoia and outburst. This could be seen from the fact that Yang Chen just looked at her face and didn't say anything. Grandma Ju exploded. It was just two ordinary words, but Grandma Ju, or to be exact, Miss Ju, felt an unprecedented shock. 2 lines of tears came out of her eyes, flowed down along her ugly face, and dripped down to the dust. Yang Chen also understood Miss Ju's behavior. He stood in place and didn't urge her, letting Miss Ju vent quietly. At the same time, he was constantly looking at Miss Ju's face, analyzing why this situation occurred. According to Yang Chen's current observation, Miss Ju should not be born like this, at least the feeling she gave to Yang Chen should not be like this. Such an ugly skin, it must be because of the interference of the outside world, or something like a seal. Yang Chen had heard of many similar techniques, but to let him determine which one it was, further observation was needed. Grandma Ju finally stopped her inner shock, and finally accepted for the first time that someone called her Miss. To be honest, that feeling was really good. Similarly, it was also the second time that someone praised her appearance. The first was Li Cheng, who said that she was beautiful, and Yang Chen was even more exaggerated, saying that she was a national beauty. Seeing that Yang Chen was still staring at her in a daze, Miss Ju felt a little shy for the first time in her life. A red and white color appeared on her ugly face, and her head was slightly lowered. Is there really a way to solve it? Moving forward, Miss Ju suppressed the excitement in her heart. After a while, she raised her head and asked expectantly, "Is it convenient, Miss?" Yang Chen did not directly answer Miss Ju's question, but stretched out his hand and made a gesture of feeling her pulse. In fact, not only that, but Yang Chen was afraid that Miss Ju could not accept this intimate contact for a while. Looking at her black robe and black veil, it could be concluded that she had not been in such close contact with others for many years. To feel the pulse, it must be skin contact, which was unavoidable. What pulse taking? That's all nonsense. If you can't really feel the pulse, you will never be able to make the correct judgment. Even taking the pulse might not necessarily be able to truly determine what kind of seal it was. He still needed to further explore it with his divine sense. However, at such a close distance, Miss Ju let her guard down and let Yang Chen's spiritual awareness explore her body. What was the difference between that and letting Yang Chen see her naked? Yang Chen first put on a posture of pulse, but it was just a small introduction. "What do you want to do?" Suddenly, Miss Ju burst out again without any warning. Her angry voice directly penetrated the protective array formation of the guest room, and the remaining bit of the wall was also shaken into powder, leaving no trace. On Yang Chen's body, a shadow of a golden bell suddenly appeared, bearing most of Miss Ju's attacks face to face. Because Miss Ju attacked with sound, it caused the golden bell to resonate, and the buzzing sound spread far away. Fortunately, Yang Chen controlled the golden bell and did not make the sound of the attack. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the disciples in Chunyang Palace, they would definitely be stunned by Miss Ju's angry shout. An expert at the peak of the Earth Immortal stage was almost invincible in the current Chunyang Palace. Swish, in an instant, countless black celestial eating bugs appeared and almost attacked Miss Ju madly. But seeing that Yang Chen was present, and Yang Chen had already signaled that it was okay, they quietly retreated. Miss Ju, who was in a rage, did not realize that she had almost taken a turn at the door of Yang Luodian. She was still furious like a volcanic eruption. Yang Chen actually wanted to feel her pulse. How could she let a man carelessly touch her pure body? In Yang Chen's heart, he directly gave such a definition to Miss Ju. He didn't know what Brother Li Cheng was thinking, that he actually pointed her here. In the face of the furious Miss Ju, Yang Chen did not blame her, but just asked lightly, "Did Brother Li Cheng say why he asked you to come to me?" This question made the roaring Miss Ju calm down in an instant. He didn't know how deep an impression Li Cheng had left on Miss Ju, but as soon as he mentioned Brother Li Cheng, her anger immediately subsided. Looking at Yang Chen with a somewhat complicated expression, Miss Ju suddenly gritted her teeth, stretched out her arm, and stretched it out in front of Yang Chen. Looking at her determined expression, it was as if she was going to a date with the god of death. "Let's go somewhere else." With a thought, Yang Chen, regardless of whether Miss Ju agreed or not, rapped his divine sense, and the two of them disappeared in an instant and reappeared in another place. The place where they appeared was, of course, Yang Chen's Dragon Palace. Only the Dragon Palace might be able to withstand the angry sound wave attack of Miss Ju without affecting other people in Chunyang Palace. Naturally, Miss Ju would not see the real secret in the Dragon Palace. What she saw was only a very ordinary reception room. Miss Ju was full of vigilance for the sudden change of location. She originally thought that the people in Chunyang Palace only had the cultivation of human immortals, and that Earth Immortal Long Xian was not in the sect, so no one should be Miss Ju's opponent. However, Yang Chen took her to change places so easily, which was a manifestation of his strength. Miss Ju couldn't help but start to look at Yang Chen in a different light. This person didn't seem to be as weak as she thought. He wasn't a playboy who could eat and drink just by relying on a little alchemy skill. But it was said that this guy had 4 wives and 7 concubines, so he must be a lecherous person. However, as she was thinking about this, Miss Ju had completely forgotten how frightening her face was. This place is sturdy and hidden, so it won't affect other people. Yang Chen didn't seem to see Miss Ju's expression and said, "Please sit down, miss. I need to make a detailed diagnosis." In addition, Yang Chen's hesitation made Miss Ju suspicious. She frowned and looked at Yang Chen, waiting for his next sentence vigilantly. "Maybe it's not enough to just feel the pulse." Yang Chen sighed and said this. Chapter 1723. Miss Ju's eyes were once again spewing flames, but Yang Chen still ignored it and said, "Maybe I need to use my divine sense to examine it in detail." After a pause, Yang Chen added, "This is not a natural change. I suspect that it is some kind of unique seal." Hearing the word seal, Miss Ju's expression changed again. In the end, she forcibly suppressed her anger and did not say anything for a long time. After a while, Miss Ju lowered her head and said, "There has never been an outsider who has touched me." Her voice was very low and almost inaudible. If it were not for Yang Chen's good cultivation and the fact that the two were not far apart, he would not have been able to hear it clearly. Hearing Miss Ju's words, Yang Chen was startled. For a moment, he did not understand what Miss Ju meant. After a while, he reacted, and his face immediately became interesting. Could it be that this girl was afraid that Yang Chen would take the opportunity to take advantage of her? Yang Chen immediately did not know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Yang Chen's gaze, Miss Ju seemed to realize that she had said something inappropriate and immediately felt embarrassed. But this time, she took the initiative to suppress her anger. It was extinguished before it could erupt. "Come on." She stretched out her wrist in front of Yang Chen again. Miss Ju had already closed her eyes. She only stretched out her arm to let Yang Chen feel her pulse, but it was as if she was about to go to the execution ground. It made people really speechless. Yang Chen sighed slightly in his heart and reached out to feel Miss Ju's wrist. Miss Ju's arm was still covered in an opaque black robe. Fortunately, he could feel her pulse just by holding her wrist like this, so there was no need to lift the black robe. Even through the black robe, Yang Chen could feel the uneven condition of Miss Ju's arm. He did not know who made this seal, but such an ugly and disgusting seal was too cruel for a woman who regarded her appearance as important as her life. Miss Ju's character was so surly, so it might have something to do with this seal. Feeling the pulse was just an excuse. The most important thing was to know the condition of this seal. However, this did not prevent Yang Chen from diagnosing Miss Ju. The result was not surprising at all. An expert who could cultivate to the peak of earthly immortal would not have any internal problems. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was unable to accurately determine the condition of the seal through the layer of black robe. This result made Yang Chen a little embarrassed. In the end, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "I need to touch your seal." The result of this sentence was the awkwardness between the two of them. Touching the seal didn't sound like a problem, but if the seal was Miss Ju's skin, it wouldn't be as simple as it sounded. Miss Ju's skin clearly showed a paler color than usual. Her breathing also seemed to be held. She stood there blankly for a moment. Finally, for some unknown reason, she closed her eyes and slowly took a step forward, allowing Yang Chen to reach out and touch her face. Yang Chen finally felt relieved and reached out to touch Miss Ju's skin. To be honest, under the state of the seal, the bumpy feeling was very uncomfortable. But Yang Chen couldn't care less. He also released a wisp of his spiritual consciousness and began to carefully perceive this seemingly ugly seal. Miss Ju, who was touched by Yang Chen, must have accepted that Yang Chen would use his spiritual consciousness to explore this kind of behavior. She kept her eyes closed, but her body was trembling. She clenched her teeth and the muscles on her face were tight, as if she was enduring something. After a series of spiritual consciousness exploration and personal perception, Yang Chen finally determined the type of seal. With a long breath, Yang Chen retracted his hand and took a step back. Miss Ju also opened her eyes and looked at Yang Chen with expectation. "I already know what kind of seal it is." Yang Chen gave the other party an affirmative answer first. It was obvious that Miss Ju also felt relieved, and the anticipation in her eyes deepened. "I can unlock the seal, but unlocking the seal requires some special things, which I don't have on hand right now." Yang Chen immediately said the second sentence. This was the truth. Yang Chen had a lot of ordinary materials, but there was one key thing that Yang Chen did not have. The seal on Miss Ju's body was a protective seal. Its purpose was not to destroy Miss Ju's cultivation and body. In Yang Chen's view, it was more like Miss Ju's appearance was completely sealed, so that she would not suffer some bad treatment because of her outstanding appearance. Of course, this seal was a bit too cruel for a girl who loved to look beautiful. The starting point was good, but it did not take into account Miss Ju's own wishes. The person who imposed the seal placed the seal on Miss Ju's body wishfully. It was not known who he was to Miss Ju that he would use such a stupid method to protect Miss Ju. Hearing Yang Chen say that the seal could be unlocked, Miss Ju's face was filled with joy, but when she heard the following words, her two uneven eyebrows immediately wrinkled, forming an unusually ugly expression. Perhaps realizing this, Miss Ju quickly covered her face with the black veil again, revealing only her eyes, which looked much more pleasing to the eye. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen also sighed in his heart. How many supercilious looks did this poor woman endure to have such a performance? What else is missing? Where can I find it? Miss Ju's mood was very anxious. She used to think that it was a problem of her cultivation aging. When Li Cheng told her, she couldn't believe it, but when Alchemy Grandmaster Yang Chen said the same, Miss Ju was sure that she was like this because of the seal. For a moment, how could she bear it? She couldn't wait to know how to solve her problem. "I need a kind of heaven and earth treasure with a large source of vitality." Yang Chen didn't hide it and said it directly. "The seal on your body will destroy the vitality on the surface of your body. Your cultivation will not be affected, but the growth of your body will be extremely distorted and aged. This is also the reason why you look a little old now." Yang Chen only said that she looked old and did not say anything else, but the word distorted he said before actually contained a lot of meaning. Miss Ju could understand it as soon as she heard it. If you want to break the seal, the safest way is to break the seal. Now we need a kind of heaven and earth treasure with a large source of vitality to make the seal reach its limit. This way, it will not affect your cultivation, nor will it affect your body. Yang Chen explained the reason for the need of heaven and earth treasure, and then added, however, this kind of heaven and earth treasure is not easy to find. The matter of the acquired spiritual root in the mortal world had spread to the spiritual realm. Miss Ju could also understand the level of the heaven and earth treasure that Yang Chen mentioned. It was a nice saying that it could only be encountered but not sought. So far, no one had found it. Miss Ju's heart just had a little hope, but she began to fall into despair again. Chapter 1724. When I was in the mortal world, I once found such a heavenly treasure, but in order to improve the postnatal spiritual roots of several elders and friends, I have used up all of them. Yang Chen didn't hide the fact that he had found it. This matter must have been spread, so there was no need to hide it. I will try my best to find it. After listening to Yang Chen's explanation, Miss Ju also knew the importance of this kind of heavenly treasure, but this kind of thing wasn't easy to find. She could only try her luck. It seemed that this time, she could only do this. Miss Ju's heart was completely desperate. I may know the location of something, but I'm not sure if it is still there. Just when Miss Ju had completely lost all hope, Yang Chen's sudden words brought her to heaven again. Do you know where it is? Miss Ju's eyes widened in an instant. She stared at Yang Chen with a look of disbelief. It was as if she was about to fall into the abyss and suddenly found a hand grabbing her. That feeling was like escaping from death. This was what Miss Ju was feeling right now. She was pleasantly surprised, but also in disbelief. The surprise was aimed at himself, but he couldn't believe it was aimed at Yang Chen. This level of goods, how many great figures of the fairy immortal level had not discovered it? Yang Chen, a mere human immortal junior, dared to say such big words. Miss Ju wasn't completely without a channel. Yang Chen still didn't know Miss Ju's real identity. The spiritual world was so big that there were all kinds of strange things. No one knew how many heavenly treasures had grown. Relying on her prestige, Miss Ju could also ask many experts to help her find it. As for whether they could find it or not, it really depended on luck. But Yang Chen actually said that he knew where it was, which made people a little suspicious. But at this time, the most emotion in Miss Ju's mind was not doubt. Li Cheng's confident expression when he gave her pointers appeared in front of her eyes again, as if he firmly believed that Yang Chen would definitely help her solve the trouble. Now it seemed that Li Cheng didn't have ordinary trust in Yang Chen. Where is it? Let's go find it right away. When it came to her appearance, Miss Ju had endured it for many years. At this moment, she didn't want to endure it any longer and immediately requested to set off. I can't be sure if the item is still there. Besides, we need to make some preparations before we set off. Yang Chen stopped Miss Ju's impatience and stated his reason. Besides, I just came out of closed-door cultivation and still need to pay a visit to my elders. Miss Ju also realized that she had lost her composure. Now that she had hope, she behaved like a lady. She no longer looked like she couldn't suppress her anger easily like before. Li Cheng said that you were looking for this thing and asked me to bring it to you. After calming her mind, Miss Ju took out a zither from her cosmos sack and handed it to Yang Chen. Looking at this zither that was exactly the same as the one he had obtained from the Zhao family, Yang Chen was sure that Miss Ju must have met Big Brother Li Cheng. The others wouldn't let anyone bring anything over. This was the sixth zither that Yang Chen had seen, and he didn't know what was inside. Since Li Cheng asked Miss Ju to bring it over, Yang Chen didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to take it. Thank you. Yang Chen thanked her very seriously. I still have to thank you. When Miss Ju said this sentence, her tone was very sincere. Yang Chen understood her feelings and said, you rest here for a few days. I'll leave when I'm ready. Okay. Miss Ju agreed very meekly. Although her voice was still hoarse and unpleasant to hear, it had a different flavor. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures mentioned before were what Yang Chen learned from the immortals on the immortal beheading platform. The immortal crane and the seeker deer under the South Pole immortal Wang each had an immortal peach. The seeker deer couldn't bear to eat the immortal peach, so it was placed in a cave abode in the spiritual world. He didn't know if that cave abode was still there or if anyone had visited it. A complete immortal peach was definitely stronger than the peach pit in the mortal world. There was no doubt about this. In particular, the spiritual pressure in the spiritual world was 100 times that of the mortal world. He didn't know what the immortal peach had become. Originally, Yang Chen also planned to wait for the problem of his spiritual awareness to be solved before going to find the immortal peach. Now that Big Brother Li Cheng pointed out Miss Ju to find him, he could only go and get the immortal peach first. In the sixth zither, Yang Chen took out the third dragon bone string pillar, and at the same time, he found the location of the sixth master's seal. For the time being, Yang Chen didn't know who to give this master to. He would wait until he found the seventh zither before giving it to Shishanshan and Sun Qingshu. A month later, Yang Chen left Chunyang Palace with Miss Ju, who was dressed in a black robe and covered with a black veil. To be exact, Yang Chen stayed in one of Miss Ju's spatial magic treasures and was taken out of Chunyang Palace by Miss Ju. It was the first time that Yang Chen left in this way. It couldn't be helped. Now that Yang Chen's reputation was too great, once someone knew that Yang Chen went out, they would definitely target Yang Chen. This time, he was quietly looking for heavenly treasures, so it was better to be as low-key as possible, so as not to be disturbed by some people. When he said this method, Miss Ju was very surprised for a while. She thought that a person like Yang Chen must be a man to the extreme, and would never think of secretly hiding in a woman's spatial magic treasure. She didn't expect that Yang Chen would take the initiative to propose it, which was very surprising. However, Miss Ju didn't object. This time, Yang Chen was helping her, and this method was also to reduce trouble. Therefore, not only did Miss Ju not feel that Yang Chen was sneaky and not manly, but she was very grateful in her heart. The territory of Chunyang Palace was now very lively, especially on the way to the Sunset Rock, where the cultivators were bustling. Miss Ju didn't stay here for long. After simply buying some things in a few shops, she left in a hurry. It didn't even take a day. Then, it was a crazy rush. Miss Ju used the fastest magic treasure and flew all the way. On the way, Yang Chen was also fortunate to see Miss Ju's domineering nature. When he encountered cultivators in the places he passed, it was fine if they ignored Miss Ju, but once someone pointed at Miss Ju, they would immediately be attacked by Miss Ju. Miss Ju's attack method was the same as before in Chunyang Palace, all of which were sound techniques, but when she launched them, the power was much stronger. The strength of the peak of the Earth Immortal was enough to ensure that she had few opponents. Yang Chen finally understood the identity of Miss Ju. Apart from the legendary Granny Tianqin, there was no one else who could use sound techniques in this way. It had to be said that some things were so coincidental. Yang Chen also planned to find Granny Tianqin to see if she could find a few zithers, but he didn't expect Granny Tianqin to take the initiative to send them to him. Chapter 1725. Granny Tianqin was the daughter of a great figure in the immortal realm. Her appearance had been sealed in the spiritual realm and was only unsealed after ascending to the immortal realm. Because of her perverse and ruthless nature, she was later called Fairy Tianqin. She was famous in the immortal realm and was even more famous than Snow Dance. It was no wonder that this sealing technique was so brilliant. Apart from Li Cheng and Yang Chen, no one else in the spiritual realm would discover this seal. Even Granny Tianqin herself was kept in the dark. She always thought that it was a problem with her cultivation that caused her to become deformed and old. She never thought that it was a problem with the seal. Granny Tianqin, who now had hope, was extremely hostile towards anyone who dared to obstruct her from breaking the seal. As long as there was even the slightest sign of it, she would resolutely kill the threat while it was still in its infancy. Normal cultivators with poor eyesight would be directly shattered by the sound of Granny Tianqin's voice. Granny Tianqin would use her natal magic treasure, the celestial phoenix zither, against those who were slightly stronger. It had to be said that the celestial phoenix zither's power was great. As long as the zither was played, very few wouldn't be affected. Most of them would be directly torn apart and die without a complete corpse. Less than 1 in 10 would survive a round of killing. Even if there were a few that survived, they would only be able to last a little longer. In the end, they couldn't escape death. A month after leaving Sunset Rock, Yang Chen came out of Granny Tianqin's spatial magic treasure and began his journey. It wasn't that he didn't trust Granny Tianqin, but that the cave abode was filled with many restrictions. Yang Chen had to personally open it. Although he killed many cultivators along the way, it was generally smooth. At least, no Heaven Immortal level experts appeared. As for those below Heaven Immortal level, those who had malicious intent or suspected malicious intent had all been killed by Granny Tianqin. For now, there was no one following them. Yang Chen only wanted to hide his journey, but he didn't expect Granny Tianqin to go this far. However, with her rumored personality and reputation for killing people like flies, it was already strange that she only killed so few people. This did not have much to do with Yang Chen, and the cause and effect would not fall on Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not care about Granny Tianqin's business. However, ever since Yang Chen had come out, Granny Tianqin very rarely killed people. Moreover, Yang Chen was the leader, and sometimes, she would even act according to Yang Chen's mood. In such an abnormal situation, Yang Chen obviously thought that Granny Tianqin's hope of breaking the seal was on him, so it was not surprising that he had enough respect for him. Now that they were in a sparsely populated place, there was no need to kill so much. Yang Chen's own killing intent was not small, but taking revenge and killing innocents were two completely different things. It should be here. Yang Chen looked at the barren mountain and calculated in his mind before coming to a conclusion. Here. Granny Tianqin looked suspiciously at the barren mountain that did not even have a bit of greenery. Her heart was filled with suspicion. How could there be treasures in this kind of place where birds don't even lay eggs? There was not even a bit of spirit energy around, so how could the treasures grow? After her suspicions, she thought about it again and felt that it was reasonable. Since it was a treasure of heaven and earth, it definitely did not need ordinary spirit energy. Therefore, it was very normal for it to absorb all the spirit energy in the surrounding thousands of miles. Looking at the barren surroundings, maybe that thing was still there. As a result, Granny Tianqin became more and more expectant, wishing that she could see the treasure of heaven and earth immediately. From a rough estimate, this barren mountain range had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Moreover, after scanning with her divine sense, she could not find anything. Aside from stone mountains, there were only stone mountains. There was nothing out of the ordinary. After Granny Tianqin did a simple scan of the surroundings, she completely handed the baton to Yang Chen. No one was a fool. This kind of situation, it was not only Granny Tianqin who could think of it, other cultivators could as well. It could be imagined that this place had already been explored by countless people, both in the open and in the dark. They must have found nothing, which was why they had given up on it. Yang Chen also released his divine sense. After exploring most of the place, he identified the direction according to the position of the sun and began to fly towards a certain location. Granny Tianqin did not say anything and got up to follow. Get ready. When Yang Chen was very close to Granny Tianqin, he released a trace of his divine sense and sent a thought to Granny Tianqin. At such a close distance, Yang Chen did not speak, but instead sent a thought. The situation was not good. Granny Tianqin's expression did not change, but she secretly prepared her life source magic weapon, ready to launch the strongest attack at any time. However, no matter how she released her divine sense, she could not find the enemy's position. From this point, it could be seen that although Granny Tianqin's cultivation was high, her divine sense was not as good as Yang Chen's. Although Granny Tianqin was not convinced, she had to admit this result. Yang Chen did not expect that there would be a few experts secretly watching in this desolate place. If it was not for Yang Chen's super-sharp divine sense, he would not have been able to find those hidden experts. Those mysterious fellows were actually hiding at the edge of the barren mountain. Without affecting their own cultivation, they used several very secret formations to observe every movement in this tens of thousands of miles of area. As long as a cultivator came in, they would be aware. Yang Chen had already discovered 3 of the hidden divine sense probing of the experts, and his men were also ready. Judging from the cultivation of the divine sense, the other party was likely to be a heaven immortal level expert. It would not be easy to repel the enemy without destroying the cave. After flying for a while, just 1,000 miles into the area, Yang Chen recalled his flying sword and landed on the ground. Granny Tianqin also put away her magic weapon, and followed Yang Chen back to the ground. This was a small valley. It did not look special. There were 2 stone mountains on both sides, and the ground was also covered with stones. If one had to say that it was different, it would be that these 2 stone mountains were almost 2 huge stones, one on each side, sandwiching the valley in the middle. The place where the 2 of them landed was facing a huge stone wall. The stone wall was almost vertical, and there was nothing on it except for the traces of weathering. It could still be vaguely seen that it was originally very smooth. Pay attention. Yang Chen warned Granny Tianqin, then immediately made a hand sign and blasted it on the stone wall. After the hand sign touched the originally bare stone wall, it burst into a ball of light, and then the light quickly spread to the whole stone wall, and soon covered the whole stone wall. On the stone wall, a very clear picture appeared. Chapter 1726. The moment the picture appeared, 3 powerful consciousnesses unscrupulously swept over the place where Yang Chen and Granny Tian Qin were, as well as the mountain wall. The picture on the mountain wall was immediately seen by them, and at the same time, 3 powerful consciousnesses with a strong sense of warning were directly transmitted over. "Stand over there, youngsters." In Yang Chen's ears, he could already clearly hear an unfamiliar voice. Although the other 2 experts did not speak, the meaning of the warning in their consciousnesses was similar. Yang Chen glanced at Granny Tian Qin, and Granny Tian Qin's gaze also happened to meet. The 2 of them looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. The person had not yet appeared, and neither Yang Chen nor Granny Tian Qin moved. They just stood there and waited. From the perspective of the 3 experts, the 2 youngsters should have been intimidated by their power and did not dare to move. In the distance, 3 figures appeared in 3 different directions. The 3 of them were very fast, rushing over like lightning. In a moment, the 3 of them arrived at the edge of the valley at almost the same time. Before the 3 of them landed on the ground and carefully examined the picture on the mountain wall, Granny Tian Qin could no longer hold back and launched an attack. The heavenly phoenix zither suddenly appeared in front of them. Granny Tian Qin played it with both hands, and countless formless sound waves with killing intent attacked the 3 experts. Boom! Formless ripples spread wildly to the 3 experts. In an instant, several different magic treasures appeared on the 3 experts' bodies, blocking Granny Tian Qin's attack. Granny Tian Qin was indeed worthy of being called a strong woman. Even though the 3 who had already appeared seemed to have reached the heaven immortal realm, her sound waves continued to attack. At this moment, Yang Chen did not just stand by and watch. When Granny Tian Qin's zither sounded, the golden bell on Yang Chen's body had already appeared. The sound of the zither did not distinguish between friend and foe, and would still fall on Yang Chen's body. Facing a strong enemy, Granny Tian Qin could not control her power to prevent Yang Chen from being injured, so Yang Chen could only protect himself. As Granny Tian Qin's zither sounded, Yang Chen's golden bell also began to hum. They were both sound techniques, but Yang Chen's golden bell was more of an attack on the consciousness. Under the combined attacks of Granny Tian Qin and Yang Chen, the protective magic treasures on the 3 began to crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. They only lasted for a moment before shattering. However, in this short period of time, the 3 had already arrived in front of the stone wall. The 3 had already completely arrived in front of the stone wall. The one who posed the greatest threat was obviously Granny Tian Qin and Yang Chen. After all, she was at the peak of the Earth Immortal stage and was only 1 step away from becoming a Sky Immortal. The 3 of them spent a lot of energy dealing with Granny Tian Qin and Yang Chen's attacks. The cave left behind by the South Pole Immortal Wang's Seeker deer was not an ordinary cave. After all, it was a peak earthly immortal, only 1 step away from becoming a Sky Immortal. The 3 spent a lot of energy on Granny Tian Qin to deal with Yang Chen and Granny Tian Qin's attacks. The cave left behind by the South Pole Immortal Wang's Seeker deer was not an ordinary cave. If one did not know about some of the arrangements, it would be a disaster for those who wanted to rashly enter. Yang Chen was not the only one who knew about this danger. In fact, the 3 experts who rushed over all knew about it. This information had been passed down from generation to generation, and they knew that there was a cave left behind by a super expert. However, no one knew where this tens of thousands of kilometers of area was. Today, 2 juniors had finally found the place. The picture on the stone wall clearly indicated that the entrance to the cave was behind the stone wall. However, everyone knew that there were definitely unknown dangers inside. It was very likely that the 2 juniors were the ones who knew about the situation inside. Therefore, while everyone attacked, no one tried to kill them. Everyone attacked in unison. If they wanted to trap Yang Chen and Granny Tian Qin, the ideal situation would be to capture the 2 alive and then interrogate them about the secret. However, even though the 3 of them knew each other and knew each other's details, they were not close enough to trust each other completely. While attacking Yang Chen and Granny Tianqin, the three of them were on guard against each other. This so-called cooperation with ulterior motives was a joke in Yang Chen's eyes. However, even so, Granny Tianqin still felt a mountainous pressure from 3 Heaven Immortal experts suppressing a peak Earth Immortal expert. She tried her best to control the heavenly phoenix zither, but she could not hold on any longer. Yang Chen's bell attacks could divert some of the 3 experts' attention, but it was not enough to completely relieve Granny Tianqin of the pressure. In this kind of situation, Yang Chen needed to do something to attract the attention of the 3 experts. For the time being, Yang Chen did not want to reveal his super strong backing. Although Li Cheng had introduced Granny Tianqin, Yang Chen did not trust her to the point where he would reveal his secrets. Seeing that the 3 of them were attacking Granny Tianqin at the same time and did not use their full strength, Yang Chen suddenly turned his hand and struck the stone wall. Boom boom boom, a series of rumbling sounds came from behind the stone wall. The sound was very loud, causing the 3 experts to involuntarily stop their attacks. The pressure on Granny Tianqin immediately lessened. She quickly retreated and the sound of the zither also stopped. On the stone wall, in just a few short breaths, a huge hole suddenly opened, revealing the scene inside. Inside, there were a few palaces and a flat plaza, indicating that the hidden door of the cave was already open. The 5 people's divine sense almost simultaneously entered the cave and quickly scanned it. What was surprising was that just from the results of the divine sense exploration, there did not seem to be any traps in the cave. They could not help but be overjoyed. Shua, shua, shua. Several small flags of various colors flew out from one of the experts' bodies and quickly disappeared into the surroundings. Afterwards, the expert did not say anything and directly rushed into the entrance in the stone wall, leaving behind only his warning words, 2 juniors, obediently stay here. If you dare to move, don't blame this old man for being merciless. The other 2 experts were not willing to fall behind and rushed in almost at the same time. Everyone knew each other's background and knew that they could not do anything to each other. The things in the cave would belong to whoever rushed in first. This was not the time to be polite. In any case, Yang Chen and Granny Tianqin were already trapped, so there was no need to worry about them escaping. If they had any questions, they could ask them at any time. Watching the 3 people rush into the Immortal's cave, Yang Chen's eyes did not look at the Immortal's cave again, but swept in another direction. Chapter 1727. What do we do? Granny Tianqin, who was already exhausted, frowned as she watched the 3 Sky Immortal experts rush into the entrance. She didn't care about her exhaustion and asked hurriedly, "Don't worry, they'll find theirs, we'll find ours." Yang Chen's tone didn't show any regret at being 1 step ahead of him. Instead, he spoke very naturally and loudly, not afraid of the 3 experts hearing him. "What do you mean?" Granny Tianqin was a little confused. Wasn't the reason why she had come all the way here for some sort of heavenly treasure that might exist in the cave? Why weren't they in a hurry now that they were at the entrance? This cave isn't that simple. Yang Chen explained with a smile, they can go in, but they won't necessarily be able to come out. So, you can rest and adjust your breathing. Once you're full of energy, we'll go find what we're looking for. But, Granny Tianqin wanted to say something, but when she saw Yang Chen's confident gaze, she seemed to think of something and immediately changed her words. She lowered her head slightly and obediently said, "Okay." Yang Chen didn't think too much about it. Seeing Granny Tianqin sit down and adjust her breathing, Yang Chen didn't have any intention of resting. Instead, he looked around and spread out his spiritual sense, constantly searching for the positions of the flag doors. That Sky Immortal expert thought that he could trap Yang Chen and Granny Tianqin with a mere flag formation. It had to be said that he was too naive. Did he really think that Yang Chen and Granny Tianqin were rookies that didn't know anything about formations? Not long later, Yang Chen found the location of the flag doors and began to silently analyze the flag formation that made the expert so confident. It had to be said that the guy's flag formation was quite good. If it was a normal expert, they might really be trapped without any way out. Unfortunately, that guy never imagined that he would encounter a monster with the memories of the immortal world. No matter how powerful the spiritual realm's array was, There were always traces in the immortal world. Even though Yang Chen had never seen this array formation before, everyone's array formation was unique. However, as long as Yang Chen could find a similar array formation and understand its basic principles, it would not be difficult for him to break it. By the time Yang Chen found a way to break the formation, Granny Tianqin had already finished meditating and stood up. After a period of rest, Granny Tianqin had completely recovered. Just nice, I still need your help to break the formation, Yang Chen said with a smile. He didn't have the awkwardness of being a big man but instructing a weak woman to work. He took it for granted and said, "You follow the method I said, go and collect the flag array. Don't waste it. It's a good item refined by a heaven immortal expert. Take it as a reward for this." Granny Tianqin rolled her eyes at Yang Chen and obediently went to do her work. With such a set of flags, it was enough to offset the fear she had felt earlier, and there was still more to spare. Moreover, according to what Yang Chen said, without the power of the late Earth immortal stage, it was impossible to break the formation from the inside. After all, it was a trapped person. To be able to find a flaw in the formation from the inside, it was definitely a great formation expert. In this regard, Granny Tianqin was still very impressed. She had a high opinion of Yang Chen, but at the same time, she was slightly surprised. Yang Chen had never been famous in the field of formations. She had only heard of his reputation in alchemy. She didn't expect his attainments in formations to be so high. This man was really hard to fathom. The entrance on the stone wall was not closed. From where they stood, they could still see the situation inside. However, Yang Chen had no intention of going in. Back then, on the immortal beheading platform, the Seeker deer had told Yang Chen the secret of this cave abode. From here, one could only enter and not leave. However, the Seeker deer did not say where the immortal peach was. It only said that it was on the side of the cave abode. Yang Chen remembered very clearly that it was on the side of the cave abode, but he never said it was inside the cave abode. In addition, the mystery of the cave abode being only able to enter and not leave made people suspect that the South Pole immortal Wang's Seeker deer had other intentions. It was on the side of the cave abode, but it was not necessarily inside the cave abode. Where else could it be? Yang Chen's eyes were looking around, analyzing and guessing. He wanted to figure out whether he wanted to enter the immortal's cave or not. Even if the Seeker deer set up a restriction when he ascended, it was not as strong as the Earth Dragon. Even if he entered the cave abode, Yang Chen was confident that he could come out. However, there was no need to go in for the time being. Weren't the three heaven immortal experts exploring inside? The entrance on the stone wall was like a magnified mirror. What the people inside were doing could be seen clearly from the outside. Even when the three of them entered the palace to plunder, it could be seen clearly from the outside. It was as if it was deliberately arranged. This made Yang Chen feel that this treasure hunting game was more interesting. It was true that this was a barren mountain, but it did not mean that there was no grass. There would always be some strong plants that would take root and grow in some unimaginable places. In the stone crevices, on the rock walls, as long as there was a bit of soil, there might be a stalk of grass growing tenaciously, revealing a rare bit of green. Yang Chen's gaze swept across the entire valley bit by bit. Finally, it stopped at a certain place. After looking carefully, a smile finally appeared on Yang Chen's face. "What are you smiling about?" Granny Tianqin's voice sounded in his ear. Yang Chen raised his head and saw that Granny Tianqin had already put away the flag array according to the method Yang Chen taught her. At this moment, she was happily showing off tens of colorful flags. After showing them to Yang Chen, she quickly put them away and happily smiled. "These are all mine, there's nothing for you to do." Even though Granny Tianqin's voice was still as unpleasant as before and her body was still covered in a black robe and black gauze, the lively and happy expression she displayed still clearly conveyed the joy in her heart to Yang Chen. "I'm not smiling about anything. We just found what we were looking for." Yang Chen also did not hide the smile on his face. Even his tone carried a smile as he answered Granny Tianqin. "Really?" Granny Tianqin was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" "Where is it?" "Over there." Yang Chen tilted his head and gestured to the direction he had just looked at with his chin and said with a smile. Granny Tianqin's gaze quickly turned in that direction following Yang Chen's gesture. Then, a look of doubt appeared on her face. She turned her head to look at Yang Chen, then turned in that direction. The doubt in her heart deepened. Was there something in that direction? Chapter 1728. No matter how Granny Tianqin looked at it, it didn't look like there were any treasures there. When they were almost there, Yang Chen told her that he was looking for an immortal peach, but other than the stones, where was the peach? After carefully observing for a while, the ground and the mountain wall in that direction were almost plowed by Granny Tianqin's eyes, but she didn't find anything related to the peach. She didn't give up and used her divine sense again, frantically exploring in that direction and several miles deep underground, but she didn't find anything unusual. As for the mountain wall, her divine sense had already passed through from one side to the other, but she still didn't find anything worth seeing. After searching back and forth countless times, Granny Tianqin even looked at the peach-like stones, but she still couldn't find the immortal peach that Yang Chen said. In the end, she could only look at Yang Chen, waiting for the answer to be revealed. Looking at Granny Tianqin's childlike performance, Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Yang Chen's laughter made Granny Tianqin angry. After she called out Granny Tianqin's name, no one had ever dared to laugh in front of her like this. Among them, there were many heaven immortal experts who came to ask for help, but today they were laughed at by Yang Chen, a worldly immortal junior. However, the strange thing was that Granny Tianqin didn't feel angry at all. There was only another unique feeling in her heart. It seemed that such a scene was also a rare experience for Granny Tianqin. There was an indescribable taste, very relaxed, very comfortable feeling. Under the strange and critical gaze of Granny Tianqin, Yang Chen took a few steps forward, then summoned his Penglai divine wood flying sword, holding the hilt in his hand, squatted on the ground and began to dig. After a while, he carefully stood up with a stone that he had dug out with both hands. This is it. Looking at the thing in Yang Chen's hand, Granny Tianqin couldn't believe her eyes. How was this possible? There was a very obvious crack on the stone that Yang Chen was holding. The crack was not wide. The widest part was only 2 to 3 centimeters, and the length was only 3 to 4 inches. The crevice was filled with some black soil, and within this pitiful amount of soil, a small sprout was trying hard to germinate. Saying that it was a small seedling was a bit too much. It was clearly a seed that had just germinated. It had not fully grown yet, and only had the appearance of a tender bud. The green dot on the top was only the size of a grain of rice. Regardless of its shape or aura, no matter which aspect one looked at it from, it didn't have the slightest relationship with a celestial peach. This is it. Yang Chen answered Granny Tianqin's question with certainty. He then said with a smile, "I'm sure that you've never seen a peach tree sprout before." Granny Tianqin had indeed never seen a peach tree sprout before, so she understood most of it with just a single sentence. This time, they had come to find the immortal peach, and this immortal peach should have already transformed into a sprout of a peach tree, which was the seedling in front of them. And Yang Chen relied on his keen eyes and vast knowledge to find this immortal peach in this strange place. How old are the immortal peaches? Granny Tianqin seemed to come to a realization and asked at the same time. Immortal peach. Yang Chen had a smile on his face as he shook his head like a rattle drum. There are no more immortal peaches. No more immortal peaches. Then what do we do? Granny Tianqin's voice suddenly became anxious. She still needed the immortal peach to unlock her seal. Now that Yang Chen told her that there were no more immortal peaches, wouldn't her hopes be dashed again? Don't worry. Yang Chen gave Granny Tianqin words of reassurance. His divine sense wrapped around Granny Tianqin, and the two of them disappeared in a flash. Immediately afterward, the two of them appeared in a world full of vitality. Beside the two of them, there were two more beauties. My medicine garden. Yang Chen introduced, then pointed to the two beauties who suddenly appeared and said, "A Zhu and a Bai, tool spirits." Granny Tianqin let down her vigilance, but she still looked at a Zhu and a Bai with some surprise. She really didn't expect that there would be two such beautiful tool spirits in Yang Chen's medicine garden. Yang Chen carefully handed the small sprout in his hand to a Zhu. A Zhu squatted down in front of everyone and broke the small stone with a crack in it. Along with the black soil, the tender shoots were planted on the ground beneath their feet. A magical scene began to happen. As soon as it touched the ground, the small sprout began to change rapidly. The speed of the change was so fast that it made people stunned. In front of everyone, the small spore sprout, which was at most the size of a grain of rice, stretched out 2 leaves, and the branches began to pull out. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small tree that was more than a foot tall and as thick as a willow branch. This was not the end. The small sapling continued to grow, like a balloon that was constantly expanding. In just a dozen breaths, it had become a huge peach tree that was 5 or 6 feet tall and had a crown of 10 feet in radius. Pink peach blossoms covered the entire peach tree, and the fragrance assailed their nostrils. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. The immortal peach tree is hundreds of thousands of years old. It has long taken root and sprouted into a peach tree. Yang Chen looked at the immortal peach tree and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This is also good. In the future, if I want immortal peaches, I just need to wait for the peach tree to bear fruit. Granny Tianqin was completely relieved. As long as there was this peach tree, it was only a matter of time before her seal was undone. The strange thing was that she should be ecstatic, but she didn't feel that kind of joy in her heart. Instead, there was a kind of apprehension. She didn't know what kind of face was under her seal. Granny Tianqin, who had never seen what she looked like, was extremely worried. What if the person under her seal was an old granny without salt? At this moment, her peak earth immortal cultivation couldn't make her feel relieved. Her heart was stuck in her throat and she couldn't let it go. At this time, even if Li Cheng said that she was beautiful, and Yang Chen said that she was an outstanding beauty, they couldn't make Granny Tianqin worry. "A Zhu, this is yours." Yang Chen didn't provoke Granny Tianqin and said to A Zhu. A Zhu's body was a peach tree, and this immortal peach tree was of the same genus. As long as A Zhu could fully integrate with it, her improvement would be just around the corner. A Zhu was so happy that she didn't know how to express it. From the moment she saw the immortal peach tree, she knew that this was prepared by Yang Chen for her. Finding immortal peaches for Granny Tianqin was just on the way. Yang Chen had never forgotten the 2 sisters A Zhu and A Bai. What should we do with those 3 masters? Granny Tianqin finally recovered and forced herself not to think about her appearance. We can't just ignore them, right? Chapter 1729. With the immortal peach tree in hand, Granny Tianqin's anxiety had subconsciously lessened. At this moment, she actually had the mind to care about the 3 sky immortal experts. The 3 experts definitely did not have a good impression of Yang Chen and Granny Tianqin. This was obvious. The reason why they were trapped by the flag array instead of killing them was not because they were soft-hearted, but because they wanted to obtain more information about the cave abode. Therefore, no matter what method Granny Tianqin used to deal with the 3 of them, Yang Chen would not have any psychological burden. He was now a little curious. How would the rumored unreasonable Granny Tianqin deal with the 3 of them? One must know that the cave abode could only be entered and not exited. Strictly speaking, it could only be entered and not exited. Yang Chen did not know when he would be able to break the seal, but he was sure that Granny Tianqin would not be able to break it at this moment, so how would she deal with it? "What do you plan to do?" Yang Chen asked curiously. He was really curious. "I'll listen to you." To Yang Chen's surprise, Granny Tianqin actually lowered her head and gave him such an answer, almost causing Yang Chen to stumble and fall to the ground. Was the person in front of him really the Granny Tianqin who was rumored to be cruel and unreasonable? Not Yang Chen's little wife. Thinking back, Granny Tianqin had shown Yang Chen many times along the way, whether intentionally or unintentionally. At the beginning, Yang Chen thought that he was the key to unlocking Tianqin's seal, but now that he had the immortal peach, it seemed that before the seal was unlocked, he was still the key. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's heart calmed down. Who cared what the rumors were about Granny Tianqin, as long as she acted like a lady in front of him? In the world of cultivators, if one did not have a close relationship or a close friend, who would care about others? "I'm curious, if you really want to deal with them, what method do you plan to use?" Yang Chen asked, then immediately explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm really curious. this cave abode can only be entered and not exited. If you don't go in, how are you going to deal with them? If you go in. He didn't even need to ask to know how he would come out after going in. I can't go in, but my music can. Granny Tianqin smiled proudly. My sound of slaughter is much more powerful in a sealed space. Even if they are heaven immortals, they can't come out. They can only be attacked by me. As long as I persevere, they will only become targets for me to sharpen my music. His words made young Chen admire him greatly. Old Lady Tianqin had a very clear understanding of herself. She also understood her own strengths and weaknesses. Such a place, even young Chen had not thought about how to deal with it, but old Lady Tianqin had already seen the advantages for herself. What a pity. If no one knew about this place, I could have stayed here for hundreds of years, thinking of a way to refine the abode, and at the same time sharpening my music. Granny Tianqin said with some regret, I'm just afraid that their disciples have already found out. When the news is leaked, it will definitely attract many experts. In this regard, young Chen was deeply convinced. This world didn't lack arrogant cultivators. Things that others couldn't do didn't mean they couldn't. Everyone thought they were the main character of the world. Therefore, even if others couldn't come out, they didn't necessarily think they couldn't come out either. When the time came, this place would definitely be very lively. He rubbed his chin and thought about it. If Granny Tianqin's method could be realized, it would indeed be of great help to him. Since Granny Tianqin was brought here by Big Brother Li Cheng, then she shouldn't be an outsider. If there were benefits, of course he should let his own people go first. Easy. Yang Chen casually snapped his fingers and immediately attracted a burning gaze from Granny Tianqin. Yang Chen felt very uncomfortable being stared at like this by Granny Tianqin. At this point, it wasn't time to keep her in suspense. Yang Chen waved his hand and the two left the herb garden, appearing in the valley in front of the abode. The valley was still the same, nothing had changed. The only difference was that there was a fist-sized hole in a rock at the foot of the mountain. The stone wall was still transparent. Standing outside, one could clearly see the situation inside, but it seemed that the people inside couldn't see outside. The three people inside were still searching for the secret of the abode and didn't have time to look outside. The three of them were very confident in the expert's flag formation and felt that Yang Chen and Granny Tianqin wouldn't be able to escape. Since you can't refine it in a short time, then bring it back and slowly refine it. Yang Chen very irresponsibly said to Granny Tianqin. Bring it back. Refine it. Granny Tianqin almost went crazy. This abode was so spacious even with 3 heaven immortal experts inside. Looking at the situation inside, it should be at least tens of thousands of miles wide. Bringing it back just like that. Was this a joke? How? Granny Tianqin wasn't an ignorant person. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of abodes that could be carried on one's body. She had even heard of abodes that were even bigger than this one. However, those were magic treasures that the owner of the abode had refined. Before refining them, how could something tens of thousands of miles wide be taken away just like that? It wasn't like it was a small toy. Even without looking at its size, just the weight alone wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. Yang Chen smiled and didn't answer. He just released his divine sense and began to explore the space of the abode. This abode was refined by South Pole Immortal Wang's Seeker deer. From Yang Chen and Granny Tianqin's current point of view, it only occupied the size of the mountain in front of them. At most, it was only 100 miles wide. No matter what, it couldn't be called big. Granny Tianqin could also see this, but she was not as sure as Yang Chen. 100 miles was not something a single person could control. What's more, the real cave was more than 10,000 miles in radius. Even 3 sky immortals combined would not be able to bear the weight of the cave. Let alone 3 experts, even 30 experts wouldn't be able to lift it. Yang Chen was just one person, and he was only a 3rd-stage human immortal. It wasn't that Granny Tianqin looked down on Yang Chen. It was just that with this kind of cultivation, no matter how deep his heart was, there was only so much he could do. However, from their interactions these days, Yang Chen really wasn't someone who spoke without thinking. Granny Tianqin's eyebrows were already tightly knitted together. No matter how she thought about it, she still couldn't figure out how young Chen could take away such a huge abode. Could he really do it? Chapter 1730. Young Chen didn't give Granny Tianqin the opportunity to lift a mountain with one hand. Now that the immortal peach tree was in his hands, the rest were just minor details. Going back to help Granny Tianqin unlock the seal was the most important thing. Young Chen didn't dare to delay the matter of Big Brother Li Cheng's guidance. Another important reason was that Granny Tianqin was famous. Although it was Big Brother Li Cheng's guidance, Young Chen still couldn't completely trust her. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique could be regarded as a small foundation for Young Chen. Young Chen wouldn't easily show it to a stranger he just met, even if the stranger was a beautiful woman after the seal was unlocked. Young Chen's right hand gently waved. In Granny Tianqin's eyes, a huge black hole seemed to appear in the sky. The black hole was thousands of miles wide. The feeling of covering the sky in an instant made Granny Tianqin jump in fright. Fortunately, the darkness was only for a moment, and then the sky was restored. It almost made people think that it was an illusion. Granny Tianqin, of course, knew that it wasn't an illusion. How could a peak Earth immortal expert be covered by an illusion? Whether it was her eyes or divine sense, they clearly told her that the huge black hole that just appeared was not an illusion. The most direct evidence was the stone wall that was not far in front of her. Together with the huge mountain behind it, and even the endless mountain range, thousands of miles of stone mountains, all disappeared without a trace after the black hole flashed. Where the mountain range originally was, there was only a huge pit that stretched for thousands of miles. The pit was so deep, it was hundreds of miles deep, and in some places, you could even see fiery red magma gushing out. In just the blink of an eye, an area of several thousand miles had disappeared without a trace. What kind of powerful being was this? Even the experienced and knowledgeable Granny Tianqin was shocked by the facts in front of her. She couldn't close her mouth. Let's go, if there's anything, we'll talk about it when we get back. Young Chen waited for Grandma Tianqin to be shocked, and when she began to return to her senses, he lightly said. Granny Tianqin replied as if she was sleepwalking. Afterwards, she slowly flew up with Young Chen like a tail, completely forgetting about directions. Only after flying for several thousand kilometers did Granny Tianqin slowly return to her senses. However, her eyes were still wide open. Looking at Young Chen, who was effortlessly flying on his sword, she suddenly became a little crazy. She grabbed Young Chen's arm and kept asking, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" Young Chen turned around and smiled. He pulled his arm out of Granny Tianqin's grasp and said, "Of course I did. I've said it before, we'll bring the cave back." The huge black hole just now was naturally the mouth of the Earth Dragon on Young Chen's right arm that acted as a bracelet. The tens of thousands of miles long Earth Dragon returned to its original shape. When it opened its mouth, it was also tens of thousands of miles wide. The mouth just now was only half opened. If the entire body of the Earth Dragon appeared, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Therefore, Young Chen only let the Earth Dragon show a bit of its power and only its mouth. Even so, Granny Tianqin, the only witness of the peak Earth Immortal, had already turned into a little girl because of the shock. Granny Tianqin was almost going crazy. A mountain range of thousands of miles was taken away just like that. Was this something a third-stage human immortal junior could do? However, the situation just now didn't seem like a super magic treasure. What was it? Granny Tianqin actually didn't see it clearly. A peak earthly immortal expert actually didn't know how a grade 3 human immortal junior did it. If this news were to spread, he would be laughed at by countless people. What a joke, an Earth immortal expert must be joking, right? However, Granny Tianqin knew that the scene just now was not a joke. It was an ironclad fact. The cave that 3 heaven immortals and herself didn't know how to deal with was solved by Young Chen with one hand. It really was a hand. Didn't you see that Young Chen only waved his right hand? Young Chen's right hand had nothing but a simple and unadorned bracelet. She really couldn't see what kind of power it was. In other words, if she had any evil intentions towards Young Chen would probably only need to wave his right hand to solve it. As soon as this thought appeared, Granny Tianqin felt a jolt in her heart. She originally thought that young Chen only had outstanding alchemy skills. Now, it seemed that many people didn't realize how powerful young Chen was. Thinking of this, some inhumane grievances that had been accumulating in her heart disappeared without a trace. Her thoughts also became much clearer. If I were you, I would consider where to put the cave. Young Chen smiled calmly and said to Granny Tianqin, although the cave only covers a few hundred miles, before you refine it, you still need to put it in a safe place. My heavenly zither valley. Granny Tianqin suddenly stopped after saying those words and did not continue. If it was in the past, Skychin Valley was naturally very safe. However, with this cave and the 3 heaven immortals inside, it might not be so. Why? Is it inconvenient? Young Chen looked at Granny Tianqin thoughtfully. He also understood Granny Tianqin's hesitation and immediately said, if you are willing, then put it in Chunyang Palace first, or find a place in Hatred Parting Sea first. We'll do as you say. Granny Tianqin's words made young Chen stunned. It can't be, a famous Earth Immortal expert is so obedient. This obviously has nothing to do with me being able to break the seal. I don't know how Brother Li Cheng taught her. Is there any condition that I don't know? Shaking his head, young Chen no longer guessed and reached out to call Granny Tianqin into the flying shuttle. The most important thing now was to rush back to Chunyang Palace as fast as possible and then break the seal on Granny Tianqin. No one knew if the fickle Granny Tianqin would go crazy while waiting. If that really happened, young Chen would want to cry but have no tears. Granny Tianqin was very approving of this. It has always been her dream to be able to break the seal as soon as possible. Since young Chen had this idea, of course she would raise both hands in approval. Azhu, give birth to a celestial peach. On the way, young Chen didn't forget to tell Azhu that the key to breaking the seal was the celestial peach. Young Chen would use it when he returned. When young Chen and Granny Tianqin returned to Chunyang Palace, Azhu had already prepared a celestial peach according to young Chen's instructions.